Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, May the 7th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Quick couple of yeses. Let me know. Thank you very much, PJ. You can see my screen and you can hear me. All right. So yeah, guys, so I took this short, this CCXI. I believe it was halted all day yesterday. Yeah, it was halted all day yesterday. The verdict came out this morning. It's kind of interesting. I mean, it wasn't completely negative. I mean, there was kind of a split, but obviously this initial reaction is down. So I ended up taking this short. I was actually surprised to see there was a ton of shorts available at Interactive Brokers. I was able to take this short right around here at 1350. One of the reasons, Riley, look at that bottoming, look at that wick right down here. Look at that bottoming tail way down here. So that definitely influenced me to do this. And it got all the way down to 1184. And then as it was popping up through 12, I decided to cover around 1210. So my short was from 1350 to 1210. Now it's a wait and see, remember, on this day when it had the big damaging news 2 days ago, it actually had a $10 bounce at one point. It got down to 16 and it closed at around 26. So this will be very, very active. Other things happening. Tilray, TLRY, surging on a big upgrade by Jefferies to $23. So that is the big upgrade from Jefferies to $23. Let's see what happens going forward on this one. TLRY. OCGN. Now this is an earnings play. I know we have it on the 22nd. Now it's changed. Let me just see. Let me just see something here. No, this is another one. I'm sorry, it's another one. Anyway, OCGN is an earnings play. Originally, this was a big gap up to 1053 pre-market, and then look at this, all the way down to 822 and sinking lower. This is actually, I was looking at this one to short, but I just got distracted. I was actually looking to short Nikola, NKLA, and that is another earnings play. It's been kind of chopping around. Anyway, this is OCGN earnings, and it is just sinking now. This is the one I was referring to. ORGS, we have earnings on the 22nd, but I guess they announced this morning. So ORGS is an earnings play, and it is up 26% right now, low float. IBIO could be interesting. Had some, it's a virus play now, and I think they've also settled some things. After hours yesterday, look at this. It went from $1.36 all the way up to $2.21. The 200-day moving average is 194, so it's sitting right at that 200-day moving average. I suppose it's a big float also, so 214 million in the float. Big thing is, can it, first of all, take out that 200-day moving average and then start to approach that after hours high of 220. This is a virus play now. SY. So I guess they got hit yesterday by one of those short sellers, Blue Orca. I'm not sure if it was yesterday or the day before. Anyway, typically they've come out with a refutation of it, and they're also initiating an up to $70 million buyback for SY. So that is the reason for this little pop. Cron is an earnings play. Man, this is a cannabis play out of Canada, and an earnings play, and just sinking here. So what do we got here? 680 on the weekly chart could be support for CRON. Beyond Meat, BYND, is an earnings play and getting hit on earnings. So Tyson is sort of re-entering the fray with their meatless products. So a lot of pressure on BYND right now. Not sure how to help you, Brett. Logging into the trading room. Not sure how to help you. I'll give you the login again, but I'm not sure how I can help you. Should be fairly straightforward, but GFI, so gold, GFI. I don't think there's any specific news on GFI, but gold is again, take a look here. Yeah, gold and silver, well, gold especially. Sinking a little bit here, not sinking, but I mean, it's still up, but it's moving down. So yesterday, gold and silver had some pretty impressive moves. But there is GFI, GFI moving down with the gold index. FSTX, excuse me, FSTX, is it holding 7? Okay, so they've done a financing and the financing's at 7. So it's a little bit below that financing price, but it is getting hit hard on that financing. This is a wild and woolly one, guys, but I have to mention it. CCMB. I'm sorry, I have got the wrong symbol. I've obviously put it in. It's probably CCBM. Nope. Okay. Just a minute. CM, is it CMMP? Jeez. Yeah, that's it. I'm sorry. So in my alerts, so I've copied this down wrong. So it is a CMMB, guys. No, it's CCMB. Anyway, this is a wild one, okay? 56 million in the float. The only reason I'm mentioning it is that Oppenheimer has put a very aggressive price target of $42. Okay. Yeah, I wonder if William, are you? I don't see you in the room. I know you like to short this NKLA. It's been very, very whippy. It is an earnings play. NKLA, it is an earnings play. I think they also yeah, so EPS beat by 20 cents. I guess the bar was pretty low. They also had some news to deliver first Nikola tree to somebody. Let's see if I can treat BEVs to customers during Q4. So they're planning to finally get something out there. And again, guys, because my Bluetooth is not working, you are going to hear a little bit of music in the background. You will hear my price alerts all day long. Hopefully it's not too distracting. That's what happened yesterday, and I don't think I got too many unfavorable comments, so it's not going to be fixed until next week. So anyway, let me take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Okay, we have, oh man. Well, this is interesting, guys. We have a ton of upgrades this morning from briefing.com, as many as I've seen in a long, long time. And I'm talking about a lot. So let me get a few of them in. I won't be able to get them all in. I mean, there's a huge list of upgrades this morning versus the downgrades. I haven't seen something like this for a long time. So let me get a few of them in. And again, excuse me, and again, these are just analysts' putting out their opinions. Just trying to see if there's any kind of a pattern. I want to see if there are multiple upgrades for the same stock. Number one, I'm not seeing that yet, but Roku, guys. Yeah, I mean, my goodness, Roku. I have not really been following Roku in the last few months. I cannot believe where it is. It's an earnings play, I believe, today also, Roku. I see Etsy. Yeah, Etsy's on an upgrade. W's got a couple of upgrades. Viacom's got a couple of upgrades. VIAC. All right, well, there are a few of the upgrades. I'm going to get some of the downgrades in now. IBIO, guys, is so it's a little bit above the 200-day moving average right now. Maybe challenge that after-hours high of 220. All right, here are some of the downgrades. Certainly not as many downgrades as upgrades. I didn't even get all, there was just too many for me to put in the upgrades. Yeah, CCXI is getting downgraded by many. JP Morgan, Piper Sandler, Raymond James, Leerink, Stifel. So CCXI, even after the big move down, is getting downgraded by many analysts. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Well, the iBio, again, just keep an eye on it. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes anyway, but there was the after hours high yesterday. It did get up to 221. There's that 200-day moving average, so it's just slightly above it. Okay, excuse me. Excuse me, 220 instead of 221. You were there? Okay. William, are you shorting NKLA again today? Or is you're a little bit wary of it because it is an earnings play? All right, keep an eye on this ORGS. It is an earnings play. Got up to 610 pre-market. It actually got up to, 647 yesterday. It's going to be all over the place probably. It's a low float, 21 million in the float. Of course, it was active. Wow, look at this. I mean, it was really sinking also. Had the big move up, the big move down. Huge. Look at that topping tail for the week. Yeah, I do see ACST. It is a lot of volume, huge volume. It's a big float, 199 million in the float, a lot of volume. It, unless it broke a dollar, I'm just not interested. Must have, I don't know, have some news. Yeah, so they're looking to acquire Grace Therapeutics. They announces a definitive agreement to acquire Grace Therapeutics. So that's the cause for this. But I can't get too interested unless it breaks a dollar. I know I'd be giving up a lot, but I just don't. I just don't trade stocks under a dollar. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't. A moment here as I get the last bit of my coffee in my mug here. And start to get set for this open. All right, well, we know this is not going to stay here. CCXI is not going to stay here, but the question is it going to get down to that bottoming tail? I was really hoping it would get down even closer to where I covered it, but anyway, there's the bottoming tail around just a little over 10. That was that opening candle. So when it opened, remember, it was halted all day yesterday. Though I guess it must, well, I don't understand this, why it would have any action in the after hours. Am I wrong? Did it actually open yesterday? I guess it must have opened yesterday. I know it was halted for a long portion, but maybe I may be wrong. Anyway, the announcement came pre-market. Yeah, I do see that Two has earnings today. It's a big float. I'm always wary of these cheaper ones with big floats. 140 million in the float. It is an earnings play. It's traded, 2 million so far. It's up 10%, but that's only 12 cents. It is pulling back, quite a, well, I didn't say quite a bit, 6 cents from its highs. Released earnings after hours. So, hey, listen, I suppose it could challenge the after hours high of around 156. But it is an earnings play, yes. Well, I sort of talked about it, and I made a mistake when I copied it up there. It is, in the ones to watch, CMMB. The only thing about it, look, it's got an upgrade, big price target of, I think, what, 37? $42 by Oppenheimer. I don't know what's going to happen. It's always a pretty dicey spread, 30 cents right now. But, you can see how it's chopping around. Look at the topping tails, bottoming tails, all over the place. So, and, relatively low float, 56 million in the float. So nothing more I can add. If you want to believe Oppenheimer's price target, not going to happen today, but if you want to believe their price target of 42, that is what's causing the interest right now. Yeah, so I don't analyze the news like that regarding something like a CTXR, okay? If you're asking me, what do I think about their news and all that, I really don't, I don't get influenced by stuff like that. My influence is what the chart is telling me. That doesn't mean, I'm not trying to dismiss it. You understand? I'm not trying to dismiss it. But, we see news, these small ones, they release news all the time and it looks great. And you wonder, well, why isn't it, I got a price target at 6, why isn't it closer? Listen, until it starts to move, it just has I have no interest in it. Look at NKLA. William, tell me you shorted this. Look at NKLA now. Look at this big bottoming tail here. Excuse me. So remember, this was an earnings play. It was positive, way up to 1071. Now it has gone negative. I thought, no, you're right. This is an earnings play. Okay. AUPH, this is a kind of a wild one yesterday. You know, got up to 1327, but it closed. Well, okay, it wasn't a huge sell-off. Well, okay, earnings play, it's gapped down. Now, if you're asking me to analyze, I don't read. I mean, all I see is, you know, the market is telling me that whatever they said, be it earnings, guidance, etc., the market is hitting them right now. What about pins? Let's see what Pinterest is. Well, I mean, look, there's the 200-day moving average. Is it going to hold it? I mean, pins has been on a decline ever since earnings on the 27th. I guess that was yeah, I mean, that was the reaction. That's the 28th, so they released after hours, and it's been in a steady decline ever since. There's a 200-day, a little bit below it. Chart's not telling me too much. I mean, can it hold that 200-day? I don't know. I mean, it did get down to 57, closed near the 200-day moving average, and it's still right there. Yeah, I have to admit, I have not followed Roku for a long time, and I you know, it's an earnings play today, and look at this. I mean, this is, I mean, it's been in a decline, but it's all relative because, I mean, remember, this was 60, I mean, well, about a year ago, I guess, $64. But not just that, I mean, 190 a few months ago, 190 all the way up to 500, just about. Crazy. And it is an earnings play, so it's up $34, 11%. Good volume. All right, guys, I'm going to get set for this open. So, and again, I should draw your attention. These are the 4 scans that I use in the pre-market. My gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. These are the 4 scans that I use in the pre-market, available from my homepage. Okay, I'm going to go over that a lot more later on. Now I'm going to minimize these. And just as I'm doing that, Veru is starting to sneak in here. VERU. Now this is, again, you know, tough to trade these. Look at this. I mean, I got a couple of days ago, I got up to 1121, closed at 880, started to move down. I mean, another gap down yesterday. Looks like it's tried to hold the 200-day moving average. Got almost right down to it, and now it's popping a little bit, but don't see any news on it, but it's just trading. Okay, I'm going to minimize, I say, get ready for this open. And of course, we're excited to follow my gap continuation or reverse. All right, market is going to open in a little more than 30 seconds. Let's have a great end to this trading week. And of course, next week is the test drive. So again, if you want to follow my watch list up and down from the toolbar, click on new and then channel bar and then my watch list right here. Remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I let things settle down a little bit. Just one moment, please. All right, we are now open. Now nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. That is by design. Now this MNR is MNR volume yet, but boy, if it takes out this, I mean, look what it did the last 3 days. Well, this is today, but the 2 days previous got to 1940. It got to 1940. So you can see, I mean, if it can take out these highs right there, it'll be an all-time high. I'm going to stick an alert 1945. Doesn't mean I'll take the trade, especially, you know, there's no volume yet. But if the volume picks up and it takes out those highs, I mean, it could go anywhere. I mean, there's no, that would be an all-time high. Wow. Well, unfortunately, I did not keep that short CCXI. You know, I probably would have kept it had it not done that pop a couple of days ago, a $10 pop. I probably would have kept it a little bit longer. But I was a little worried about that that reaction a couple of days ago. So anyway, on the way down, CCXI. This is probably not easy to get now as a short. One of the reasons I did short it in the pre-market is because the uptick rule does not apply. So it was easy to get the short where I wanted it. I don't know how easy it will be to get the short right now because of the uptick rule. Well, let's see how close it gets to that wick. Give me a moment here. Sorry about that, guys. I've got something is open that's preventing me from. There we go. So let's see how close. This is what I'm saying. Look at that bottoming tail right there. That was the opening 15-minute candle in the pre-market for us anyway. Our data starts at 7 o'clock Eastern time. It got as low as 10:10. OCGN still on the move here. This is this is a bounce now for OCGN. Again, look at the reaction here. Originally, OCGN was up to 1050. That was the reaction on its news release or earnings release, and then all of a sudden, reality set in and it just collapsed. I mean, these are huge percentage moves. You know, 1050 down to 775. Now trying to recover a bit. It's not a low float, 183 million in the float. So I mean, there is a, it takes a bunch to move this, but it is moving like it's a real low float situation. SBH. So this had earnings, I guess, yesterday. Yeah. So there's the earnings reaction to SBH yesterday, and this look at the volume, and yesterday's volume, and this looks like trying to be a continuation earnings play. Yeah, guys, I mean, RHE is again active, super active. Look at the volume coming in, very low float, very low float, 1.5 million in the float. It's already traded 2.7 million shares. Very active. Got to be careful on it if you're going to take this one. I mean, did get up to 2 days ago, got up to $27. That's what traders are looking at, you know. Can it? Could it? Yeah, look at iBio. Man, oh man. See, that's why I wait. I just don't trust any of these small ones. Waiting to see if it could take out that after-hours high yesterday. Not even close. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, Peloton. Peloton is a earnings play. Great recovery. PTON, great recovery. You know, getting slammed because of the treadmill issue. A couple of days, but look at this, great recovery on earnings. Another earnings play, Groupon. I'm surprised they're still around. But anyway, Groupon. GRPN, Groupon. There's an earnings play. Here's a big, I mean, look. I mean, there's room for this to run. Any news on cannabis? Not that I'm aware of. I mean, the news, if you want to call it the news. I mean, there's the news for Tilray, TLRY, if that's what you're talking about. Oppenheimer's put Jefferies has put a $23 price target on them, but other than that, I don't know if there's any specific news for the industry. But that is the reason for the pop for Tilray, if you're wondering. Wow, CCXI is getting thumped. It's you know what? I mean, it's really approaching that bottoming tail. Riley, where are you? 1013. Look at this. Ah, man, I'm not in the short anymore. Wow. Really? Well, I wouldn't take it now anyway, but yeah, tons of shorts available at Interactive Brokers. 1 million shares. Are you in Questrade? I can't remember. You're in Canada, right, Riley? Or am I wrong? Yeah, good to see my memory is still not bad. Another earnings play, guys. NWSA. And I see that actually the AI shorted CCXI. Now I missed that short. The reason why is that it probably, the sound alerts are great. This is what I'm talking about. Okay, so the sound alerts are great, but this is a very active window at the beginning, so probably I had a competing sound alert, so I didn't hear this one. Not that it would have mattered necessarily. I guess so. What I'm trying to say is that you put sound alerts on these alert windows, but if two alert windows have a sound at the same time. I mean, one has to take a precedent over the other if it's a nanosecond earlier. So you won't hear the second one. So that's, I think, what happened with the AI on that alert. Yeah, you'll like IB, Riley. I think anyway. Look at LAC. Oh man, so this is lithium. That's right. I forgot about these guys. So this is a lithium play. What are the other EVs doing? Is Plug having a bounce at all? Not really. So this is a lithium play. LAC, haven't seen this one for a while. Of course, it used to be super active. Look at the volume coming into LAC. Yeah, you know what? I don't use their charts. I don't use, to me, IB is like a lot of brokers for me, it's just a commodity. As long as it can execute, that's all I care about. I don't care about any of the other bells and whistles because I don't use anything else at IB. I shouldn't say that. I like their news. I think their news is excellent. I think their news is fairly up to date. It's not. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's hard to. I mean, for me, it's hard to trade. Okay, because it's got such a, because of the float. You know, I guess arguably you could have taken this over 1940 or 1950 or so. Yeah, I don't even know what my package is, Riley. I mean, I've got the time and sales, and it does have level 2. Not that I look at it. Yeah, I just use the Trade Ideas charts. I do have TradingView also. I don't really use it for the charts. I just use our charts though. Okay, we have some halts, guys. I haven't been. We have a halt in TDC. That it was halted on the way up, I guess, and then it just resumed. IHT was halted earlier. Okay, so this, keep an eye on this because. Okay, I'm wrong. Okay, IHT was halted. And another low float situation, a little bit like the RHE. So guys, I mean, I'm seeing questions about RHE. I can't tell you to buy or sell any of these, okay? I mean, these are very, very whippy to get into. Fantastic when they work. But yeah, I always have to remember 1.5 million shares in the float. I mean, the rug could be pulled just like that. So you have to be very, very careful. So I don't make recommendations really on anything. I'm not going to tell anybody what to buy or sell. Point out opportunities. But this IHT, obviously, look at the float, 2.9 million in the float. The high, looking left, is around 4. Could take that out. And I think, believe it or not, it could be an all-time high. So when you ask me what about the volume, what do you want me to say? What about the volume? I mean, it's a lot of volume, 7.5 million shares, 1.5, so it's trading the float. I mean, it's, of course, lots of action. Yeah, thank you, Jamie, for that. Yeah, if you're having resolution problems in YouTube, yeah, just make sure you get the high resolution, 1080p, I guess. Increase the resolution. It's nothing that I can do on my end. All right, we're getting close to 9:45. I have another 7 seconds or so. May start getting some alerts in here. And certainly I'm looking at the gap continuation or reverse. I put a 15-minute delay on this on purpose. So let's see if we start getting some. All right, well, the way you phrase it, though, is, what about the volume? Like a question. So I have to, so I wasn't, okay, yeah, it is crazy. Yeah, here's another one, LMFA. What do they do again? So another one that was halted, and now it has resumed. Fairly low float, 24 million in the float. I'm just looking to see where a potential open can be. I don't see it deviating from 389 right now. It doesn't show that. I'm talking about IHT. Was it a reverse split today? LMFA? Thank you, Can Trader. Weight Watchers. So this was an earnings play. This is another one with a continuation. Not an earnings play today. It was an earnings play yesterday. So this is another one that is a continuation. All right, here we go, guys. QRT is an earnings play coming right into, what is the high here? 1337, so it's above these highs here, I think. 1340, it's taken that out. It's an earnings play, QRTEA. And it's also in the gap continuation and go. All right, IHT just, wow, so so it did gap up. IHT resumed. Look at the volume coming in. And there it goes, guys. IHT. Somebody said they were shorting it. I hope you, I don't know what you've done now. QRT, guys. QRTEA is a gap up and go on earnings. IHT just got halted again. IHT on the way up. So as usual, lots and lots of action right off the bat here. Okay, so this is now is a gap up and reverse for ORGS. Oh, I have no idea. I have no idea where it's going. Yeah, a low float situation like this, you have no idea. I mean, it's an all-time high now, according to this. Now, I think what probably happened. I don't know if this is. Let me go back a few months. No, maybe it isn't. Well, it looks like this is an all-time high, so who knows where it's going. There's nothing stopping it in terms of chart resistance. QRTEA, guys, great gap up and go right from the beginning here. Here we go, the gap up and go, 1332, 1373 right now. Yeah, many alerts on the IHT line, sure. I mean, right here. Okay, also on the halt. It got halted right here at 389, the halt. Before the halt, it was an alert. I'm sorry. Yeah, so the alert happened. Just want to see when it got halted. 9:41. So yeah, okay. So another alert right there. 397. So the answer is yes. All right, EPZM is also a gap up and go. Doesn't have a lot of room though. Look at the daily chart. It's at 816 right now. Looks like there's a lot of resistance right around that 838 mark or so. So it's, it doesn't have a ton of room. If this weren't here, and it could, and this were the next highs looking left, that would be really interesting. I just don't find it that interesting. All right, I see that Bitcoin is having a bit of a surge here. GBTC. I just find them very difficult to trade. What's Mara and Riot doing? Actually, Mara is not following. Let's see if Riot is. The Riot is really not following. So guys, I mean, definitely in, I don't want to call it scalp mode, but if you get a pop on something and it's a nice percentage move in a very quick period of time, I'm just taking profit. The QRTEA is a great example. I mean, look at this, all the way up to 1382, right back down. Now listen, it could recover and keep moving higher, but especially early on anyway, early on. All right, so Tilray definitely reacting to that Jeffries upgrade. $23 price target put on. And that is the TLRY. Mentioned SBH just a little while ago. Continuation earnings play, SBH, right now anyway. Okay, so IHT opened again, popped up. Now it's starting to move down. I don't have shorts for IHT at Interactive Brokers, even if I wanted to. So all right, AUPH is a gap down and go now, okay? So this is an earnings play. Look at this gap down and keep going down. Now, after hours yesterday, it did hit 9. I'd like to see it take out 10, though, before I would get very interested. Look at that bottoming tail. Right there, catching up to that bottoming tail right there. Oh, man. Oh, man. You're right. Hopefully not too distracting, guys. It's going to be at least until Monday, including Monday. Ears. Look at ears. Now, ears is always it never can seem to hold its gains. But anyway, there's ears. 10 million in the float. Ears. Okay, so QRT is back up. All right, CCXI approaching 10 again. All right, Greg, I can't, okay? But your question about an error message. Best I can do is to get you to our homepage and start a discussion and to tell them what's going on. Okay, guys, MNR. Remember, I was talking about this one. Is the volume picked up? The volume is not great yet. Do you have the latest beta? Well, let me ask you this way, Gregory. Had you been able to connect before? Let me ask you that. Or is this the first time you were trying to connect? Okay, Gregor, can you answer me that question? Is this the first? Were you able to connect before, or is this the first time that you're trying to connect and you can't connect? Gregory, can you hear me? Whoops. Sorry for the caps. Okay. Are you on the latest beta? Oh, you were able to connect before. So you are on the latest beta. Okay, that was it. Okay, I'm going to have to, go to the homepage and start a discussion. Unfortunately, I will not be able to help you. Well, I hope you covered your IHT. Keep an eye on GoPro, guys. GoPro is an earnings play. It's a gap up and go right now, okay? And it has some room. I mean, it's got room. I mean, if you look left on the daily chart, it's got room to 13. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. And it is an earnings play. So it'll be active. I mean, it's already pretty active, 2.5 million, 6.7 times normal trading in terms of the volume. This is definitely of interest to me over that whole number. Okay, stick an alert around 12:11, see if it leaves that whole number behind. Man, EPZM, ZM, whatever you want, is on the move here. EPZM. Now, what did I say? See, my problem with it is that to me, there's just a lot of resistance not that far away. Obviously, if it can take out 850 or so, then it's got some room. Just from my homepage, JB. Go to my homepage, and I've got earnings up and down. Okay, you can find my homepage, right? Go to the homepage link, click on my link, and go to the scan section. Scan section right there. And here, earnings up, earnings down. My old man alert is the gap up and go. Well, it's everything. Anything in here is going to give me an old man. The gap continuation or reverse. Well, I mean, anything, you can call anything that's low float a pump and dump, but you can get, You can get killed if you just maintain. Listen, it's up to you. You have to trade it the way you see fit. But as far as you are no action, okay, have you enabled all the strategies? Have you enabled them all? Number one. GTX, have you enabled them? Okay. The other thing is the spread, your limit offset. You know, I don't know what your limit offset is because sometimes the stock is moving quickly. And if your limit offset isn't, so check your limit offset for all the strategies. Remember, the limit offset, just because you get an alert, even though if you're trying to auto trade it, you may not get you can't get a fill because it's moving so quickly. So if you have a limit offset of say 2 cents, you may not get filled in anything. And I don't know what your limit offset is. Boy, this has been a 3-day continuation on earnings for BGFV. Well, you have to right click, and then right click on a strategy and edit. If it's a long strategy, edit, edit long trading instructions, and there you'll see the limit offset in the entry order, okay? You're going to have to experiment, GTX. There's no, there's no right or wrong. I mean, you might want to, I can't tell you. If you're not getting any fills at all, though, like what does it say right now? Okay, well, that's the reason. You won't get a fill if it says nothing. So maybe try 5 cents, minus 5 cents, and see what happens. There's no right or wrong answer to this. It depends on the price of the security too. That's another issue. If you have a low price one, you don't need a big limit offset. But something that is, I'm looking at Bill, BILL, $151 stock. If you put a 3 cent offset, you'll never get a fill probably. Okay, well, there's the other thing. Account is not set. What a short now for the AI on this CCXI. If you're looking at support, there might be some support down here, but it's really hard to say. 689. G-Pro guys on the move now. Here's another gap up and go. Boy, you can tell. Look at our total earnings. Look at all the earnings plays, guys. Look at them all. Don't get too used to this. It's going to dry up soon. Yeah, I think I think the Dreamer says there is now a way to do it. I can't remember how to assign. Dreamer, help me out. So you can assign how much you want in your account. I just can't remember. Meanwhile, the market, I haven't even looked at the market, overall market. Everything's strong, guys. SPY's up, Dow's up, tech is up, so there are no... I thought you told me a while back that there was a way in which you could assign how many dollars you want in your trading account, in the simulation account, instead of the 100,000 that we give, that we start off as the default. I may be wrong. Go to the Accounts tab. I'm going to write this down. Right click in the body here. Add a new simulated account. There we go, starting value. Okay, that's how you do it. Okay, so that's how you do it. Who asked the question? GTX. So go to accounts, right click on the body, add a new simulated account, and here's where you can give it a name. You want to give it a name, and then starting value. You want to go 25,000. And that's what you do, okay? To have the Accounts tab. Still choppy action, guys. The G Pro. Look at that bounce for CCIX. I mean, wow. I mean, it got all the way down to 956, and now and then it got all the way up to 1039. That's some pretty whippy action for CCIX. Now there's that Weight Watchers again, a great continuation off earnings yesterday. Okay, so listen, a word about the AI right now. So yeah, we had the alert at 1087 to short, okay, CCXI. Now it got down to 952. Now the algorithm, no algorithm has kicked in to get out of that trade. I would hope, though, that's why we're always saying manage the exits on your own, because, I mean, you cannot allow, I don't know where it's going. I mean, listen, it may reverse and come all the way back down, but you can't allow something that, if you're short anywhere close to 1087 and it gets down to 953, to not take something out, okay? Especially something like this, which is, you know, highly emotional right now. Okay, guys, I've taken a little loss on the G Pro. I don't like the way it's trading now. I had a little gain in it when it popped up to 12.25, but I've taken a loss on the G Pro. Look at the market. Boy, the market is really resilient. Now, for me in the G Pro, if it can somehow get back over to the 1220 level, that's why I'm going to stick an alert. I may get back in. Yeah, okay. I mean, you're right. I mean, 37. I'm not saying to take the trade now. I'm just saying this is a great second day continuation. The next high looking left is, yeah, 37.35. 37.35. So it's above that now. SGBX. All right. So here's your news. Now, coming right into that 200-day moving average. SGBX. How do you get the AI to work on your chart? Not sure I understand the question. On the chart, like you're talking about the chart here, the AI doesn't work about the work on the chart. So I'm not quite. I don't quite understand your question. Maybe you can explain it a little bit more, or ask in maybe a different way. Yeah. So the bird sound is okay. What you missed yesterday? Oh, I thought you were in the room yesterday. So yeah, I have a Bluetooth connection issue with my computer, so I'm not able to put my headset on. So consequently you are hearing a little bit of music in the background and also my sound alerts. Okay, and that is the cuckoo sound is one of my sound alerts. Hopefully I get it resolved sometime next week. I think it's a hardware issue. So they're coming over to take a look. We already fiddled around with the software, and it's not doesn't appear to be a software issue. Anyway, it's just not connecting, and there's no way to turn it on. Well, originally, yeah. I mean, originally there was an alert to short CCXI right here at 1087. Okay, that's what I'm saying though. You cannot let something like this happen. Notice the AI is not out in its algorithm out of that trade at all. Now, I don't mean, maybe it's going to really wait, but you cannot allow something like this to happen. You get in at 10, even if maybe you could not get in right at 1087, but somewhere in here to short, and then it gets down to 953, has this big pop, and you have to take some profit, in my opinion. So LMFA, now, so this is the one, okay, so this is the 1-for-5 stock split, as Can Trader pointed out. So this is why this is pretty active this morning. My guess now, well, you know, the float information does not get updated immediately. So my guess is now is that the float is going to be about 5 million. So 1-for-5 stock split, so reverse split. So it'll probably be about 5 million in the float. All right, guys, listen, I'll be right back. What time is it? 10:17. I'll be right back. Just in time to do the TI spiel. Just a minute. All right, I'm back. Well, this is real-time information, so I don't know. Is Webuilt? I have no explanation if it says 5 million. This is real-time information, so I don't know. The spiel is coming. Yes, it is coming. I don't have a volume. I don't have volume on my for IB, so I can't tell. But usually our volume is pretty bang on. So I don't know. I can't tell. I can't tell you why. All right, everybody. This is the time. Yeah, everybody waits for this. So if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format. Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen live on the mic. And the test drive. Yes, the test drive starts on Monday. So still time. If you want to take part in it, you can still sign up for it. I'm going to put the test drive link in here, explain a little bit about what it is. Oh, I see, Ferris. Okay, let me try to answer that. So if you don't see, so what you're saying is there's CCXI, there's the down arrow. You don't see it. It might be just an option here. Show the indicator, show the AI trades. Okay, if you right click, it might be just it. I thought it was the default, to be honest, but maybe it isn't. So you see if I right click on a chart and go to properties and where it says, let me just see. Yeah, that's it. I mean, you should get this down arrow even. Showing the AI trades usually are the previous day's ones, you know, if it ever happened before. Just checking here to see some options here. So you're saying you do not get, because it doesn't matter whether you have standard or premium service. These data, there's no real option that I'm aware of that can get rid of that. You know, here's PCT, an up arrow showing this is a long. And these up and down arrows here, like a down arrow will only appear if it's an AI alert to short. So you're saying you don't get this. I don't know why you're not. I don't see there's any option that. Let me just try this again. No. Well, you've baffled me there. If you're not seeing it, because there really is no, I don't think there's an option to get rid of it. The Dreamer, help me. You know, I'm on a development version, but okay, just maybe somebody else can help me out here. When you click on, if you load CCXI, it doesn't matter whether you're on standard or premium. Are you guys getting the down arrow to show that it was a short from the AI? All right, well, let me ask you this. Are you getting an up arrow for PCT? Are you getting an up arrow for PCT and also something in the y-axis that shows you where the alert was? Yeah, so are you looking at a, yeah, well, okay, thank you, Jamie. What time frames are you looking at for CCXI? You know, do you have a 2-minute or do you have a 15-minute chart? 5-minute, 2-minute? It's not appearing on the daily, weekly, and monthly. Weekday and 1 minute. 1 minute. Let's just for fun go to a 1-minute chart. So is it possible, if you have a 1-minute chart, you have to back this out a bit? Okay? And there it is, because it happened on the opening candle. Okay? It's not going to show you on, it's only going to show you on the intraday, but maybe it's because you're 1 minute, if you back it out enough, you probably see the down arrow. 1 minute, okay? I think that's the reason. If you took your 1 minute chart and say, put it as a 5 minute chart, I'm sure you'll see the down arrow. It's just because the 1 minute, because it happened the very first, right at 9:35, you just can't see it. Okay, good. All right. Thank you, Jamie. That was the reason. All right, let me keep my spiel going, guys. So again, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. Yes, this is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the test drive. I'll put those links back in. All right, so when you click on the test drive link, this is what the test drive is all about. And it starts on Monday. However, okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. For $8.99, you'll have up to 2 weeks, 10 trading days, to try out our full premium service, okay? It costs you $8.99. The reason I say up to 10 trading days, the test drive runs from May the 10th, which is Monday, to May 21st. Those are 10 trading days. But if you can't start on the 10th, and say you can only start on the 11th for whatever reason, you'll get 9 days. Okay, so it is not 10 days from when you start. Crystal clear about that, because we do get complaints, but that's just the way it is. Okay. If you are a standard subscriber, you can also take this test drive. It'll cost you the $8.99, and then you can see what you can have our premium service. Okay, for those 10 trading days. Now, you sign up right now. You're pre-registering. You will have access to the program. Give it a couple of hours. I mean, it may be sooner, but give it a couple of hours after the market closes today. All right. Then you can play around with the program. I would highly encourage you to take a look at this. The 20 lessons to get prepared for the test drive. The 20 lessons, I just put those links in, okay? The 20 lessons, and get prepared for the test drive. It goes over, I'll go over it a little bit more detail, what the 20 lessons are, but it goes over all the basic features of trade ideas, top lists, alert windows, the AI, okay? So, now, next question that we get. When the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription. There will be a nice promo code if you do want to take out a subscription when the test drive is over. But don't worry, we don't automatically put you into a subscription. We only do this, I don't know how many times we're going to do it this year. We used to do it 4 times a year. The last one was in November, so obviously we're not doing it 4 times a year. I have no idea if we'll even continue doing these test drives. But anyway, it's a good opportunity to try us out. We don't have free trials, but this is about as close as you're going to get. So that's the test drive. And again, you sign up right now, you're pre-registering, you will not get data, obviously live data until Monday. But you can have access to the program. Give it a couple of hours. I think what happens is when you'll get an email with your username and password and downloading instructions, things like that, later on today. Now, I'm also going to go over my homepage. My homepage can be accessed in this trading room right here. There's my homepage tab, and you click on my link. A lot of information is here. I would save my link. There is a way, if you want to take out a subscription right now, you don't want to wait for the test drive or anything like that. You just want to take out a subscription right now. Well, you can do it. Here's a promo code, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. Give you an idea how much pricing truth. Do not subscribe to Trade Ideas if you cannot afford $6.20 a day for the most advanced, etc., etc. We have 4 plans. We have an annual, monthly, an annual, and a monthly for premium and standard. So the premium annual would be $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI, which gave you the CCXI early alert, which was awesome as long as you took profit. Okay? That's the big difference. There are some other differences, but that is the major difference between premium and standard. You do not have to take out an annual subscription if you don't want to. And in fact, if you're new, if you don't really know the program very well, do not take out an annual subscription, because after 5 days you don't get a refund. Okay? So you can always start off with a monthly subscription, and you can keep monthly if that's what you want to do. Standard is $118, premium is $228, less the 15% for the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, then this is what you'll pay going forward. Okay, nothing wrong with having a monthly subscription. So you can always try us out. You know, $118. Do not take on an annual subscription though, unless you know that you want the product. More information on my homepage. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video, usually around noon Eastern time. You can sign up for them. These are all free. Here are the scans that I am sharing. Oh, nice, Jamie. Here are the scans that I'm sharing. Now, here's the layout that you see is right here. So if you want my layout, this is what I'll be showing during the test drive. Well, I'm not really going to change anything for the test drive, but here's the layout. I'm also sharing individual scans. So you might have a layout already that you like, but you want to take a look at some of the individual scans, you know, especially the gap continuation or reverse, or the moving higher with unusually strong options. I'll have these two, but a lot of other, you know, people right now we're in earnings season, earnings up, earnings down. So a lot of scans that I have prepared here that you can have access to. And of course, if you take a look at one of my scans, I'll go over that when I talk about the program in general. You can always modify it. I'll go over that in just a second. Big education link is right here. Okay? I already put in the 20 lessons that I encourage you, if you're going to take the test drive, to take a look at. It will not obviously take you 20 days. Okay? 20 lessons. This is all text-based. You know, downloading, what is a channel bar that you see up here. What is a top list? Building one. What is an alert window? Creating one. On and on and on, all the way down to the AI we nickname Holly. So down here, Brokerage Plus. So a lot of information is here. So again, if you're going to take this test drive seriously, we'll do some work over the weekend. Yeah, Christopher. You're only. The question is the audible alerts that somebody's hearing in the background. Is that part of TI? Yes, it is. You were hearing them only because I'm having a Bluetooth connection problem. Okay, so that is the reason you're hearing them. Typically, you would not hear them, but yes, they are AI alerts. I'll go over that. You can assign a different sound alert to different alert windows. So when you hear a sound alert, you know you'll know which window to take a look at. But that's what you're hearing, and you're hearing a little bit of music in the background too. Normally you would not hear anything other than me. So there's the 20 lessons. More information here though. So the daily support sessions, you will hear me refer to a YouTube room, which I also moderate at the same time. It's in essence exactly the same as what I call the main trading room. This is the main trading room, okay? But at noon, around noon, I do take a break. And so between 12 and 1, one of the other traders takes over. And you can head over there if you want to while I'm on my break. Today will be Andy. All right, so I'll put the link in before I take my break. So you can head over there if you want to. This is the free trading room. This is the one, this is the one here. Daily webinar. So when we're back onto a normal schedule, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time, I'm almost 100% sure there will be no webinars next week or for the next 2 weeks during the test drive. The other traders they're just too busy, and support and all that, so there will be no webinars. But when we get back to a normal schedule, it'll be Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. More educational videos here, starting trade ideas from scratch, some information about the AI. More educational videos are here. And if you were brand new to trading, this is a great little series. Michael Noss works for Trade Ideas. He put this together, 36 very short videos, okay? And literally starting off with what is a stock? So if you're brand new to trading, I would encourage you to take a look at something like this. And we have some ebooks that we created. So again, a lot of information on my homepage. Save my link, all right? Because you don't have to do it while the market's open. You can do this when you have time. Take a look at the lessons. You can take a look at the scans that I created when you have time, if you save my link. All right, G Pro is getting me maybe a little interested again. I got stopped out for a nickel loss earlier. I see that it is just alerted me again. All right, what is Trade Ideas? Again, if you're brand new into the room and wondering what is Trade Ideas, well, we're a scanner. We scan the market, so scan the U.S. markets. We do scan the Canadian markets with a couple of caveats, but we do scan the Canadian markets also. If you're Canadian, I can explain why, or if you're interested in Canadian stocks, I can kind of explain. I'm Canadian. I don't trade the Canadian market. Too boring. But anyway, scanning the U.S. markets, okay? So this is an example of a scanner that I put together. I call it Basic New Highs and Lows. Let's take a look. If I right-click and configure. So this is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. Current volume is 4. That's kind of the key metric right there. It means it's trading at least 4 times normal, what it would normally do up to this point of the day. Here's my minimum number of shares. Gap from the open or up from the open. It doesn't really, I don't have to go over these. This is the concept though. You start off with filters to kind of whittle the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. Then, if these filters are met and a stock makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That is why I'm seeing these stocks. Okay, that's why I'm seeing these stocks right now. Now, what we did, boy, this AWX, wow. So, again, it's actually an earnings play. I can't believe it. It's actually an earnings play before the market opened. No reaction whatsoever. And it's super low float. Okay, here's the test drive link. You want to try us out for those 2 weeks. This is for you, TMG. This is for, well, anybody else who wants to. So there's the test drive link, okay? Just sign up for it right there. So what we did as a company, though, is we said, okay, listen, most people don't want to learn a programming language to be able to put together scans. Most people don't. So what we did, we said, okay, listen, we're going to create as many alerts. Here are all the alerts and filters that for the absolute majority of our customers, we have they can usually combine the filters and the alerts to create the type of scan they're looking for. Okay? So again, you do not have to know a programming language. Oh, I don't know about RHE. I don't know if it had any movement in the pre-market. Not really. I mean, it may have shown up, but it didn't have a huge move in the pre-market. So it was when the market opened that it popped. I mean, it's here. It's on one of my other scanners, I know, but I will always use the beta version. Okay, I mean I always download the beta version. Since 2010, since I've been a customer, every time they came up with a beta, I would always use it. You don't have to worry about your previous scans and layouts. They'll always still be there. Hallelujah is one of my alerts. Yes. All right. So that's the basis behind Trade Ideas. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. Okay? There is no auto update. Are you talking about, when you say an auto update, you mean do we automatically auto update your program to get, no. It's a decision you have to make, if that's what you mean. Yeah, no, we don't auto update. Thinking about it, but listen, a lot of people don't want to auto update. Okay, now we'll talk a little bit about the AI. This is what the AI looks like. Okay, I would make it super simple on yourselves. Okay, I think people get a little too hung up on, well, what's the difference between Holly Grail, Holly Neo, Holly 2.0, etc. Okay, I would forget about it. All I would do, and I would forget about what strategies these have been alerted from. Okay, that's what I would do. I would click New from our toolbar, and then I would click on the AI/Holly strategy trades window. This is the window that you will see. Nothing will happen until at least 9:35. Doesn't alert in the pre-market or after hours. You notice the very first alert was at 9:35. You just wait for the alerts to happen. You can also incorporate this window as part of your layout so you don't have to load it every morning. And, I can't tell you how you're going to use the AI. We don't recommend auto trading it, but, if you wanted to see how it would work in auto trade mode, then you would have to make sure you have that tab here. And you would turn all the strategies on. You would use it in the simulator. I'm going to go over the simulator in a bit. You would just use it in simulation mode, and you can turn all the strategies on just to see how it would work. We do not recommend it. We recommend, look at the CCIX is a classic example. The AI got out of that trade on its own at 1087. There was the alert at 1087. It got out basically flat. Okay, how in the world, as a trader, if you're, at all a trader, how would you let that happen? Because remember what CCIX did. There was the alert at 1080, what did I say, 1087. It got down to 935. You cannot let something like that happen if you're a trader. So anyway, that's why we always talk about managing the exits on your own. So that's the AI. How, if you're wondering, I'll go briefly over what this aggressive, moderate, and conservative modes mean. Aggressive is, okay, what if you just stayed in this trade all day long? What would have happened at the very end of the day? Okay, that's aggressive. Moderate will be exactly the same. These numbers are the same, unless a stop gets hit. In which case, that moderate just stays at that number for the balance of the day. So WW, as an example, if it comes back, you see, if it comes back and starts being positive, that number will change. But moderate will not change if a stop gets hit. Conservative is getting out exactly when the AI gets out of a trade, and it's based on sometimes the AI, you'll see an exit reason. Sometimes the AI gets out because, of course, the stop gets hit. Sometimes it's a profit save. Sometimes it's if a target gets hit. Sometimes some of these strategies have a hold period. On and on and on. So that is what the conservative is. Okay, these are what if scenarios. That's all I consider them. What if scenarios. I don't know what the number for the current beta is. Let me just check. Because I'm not on, I'm always on a development version, okay? So let me just go here and scroll up, download software. And so the beta version is down. Did I pass it? I guess it's 4.2.219. I don't guess, it is 4.2.219. That is the latest beta. Again, I'm on a different version. I'm on a development version. So that's why, you know, this sort of, and I'm hoping it's going to work today. There was a bug in it. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. Okay. So that is the AI, guys. How you're going to trade it will be up to you. Okay? There's no video on how to trade it. Now, this window you see here is called Brokerage Plus. And I want to really emphasize this. This is a feature, an option. You don't have to use it. If you want to use it, you can. All right? If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window to trade your account. Not mandatory to do it, but it's there if you want to do it. And I'm going to show you, I'm going to drop a, give me a second here. I'm going to drop the B Plus, Brokerage Plus video in here. There are two videos. One shows you how you can connect to your E-Trade or Interactive Brokers account. And the other video, which is a lot longer, goes into a lot more detail about what you can do. Danielle, you're brand new here. Well, you're in a Trade Ideas trading room. This is live trading. I don't want to call myself an expert, but it's not about my telling you what to buy and sell all day long, if that's what you're talking about. Okay? A lot of it is explaining how to use the program. I do take trades, but we have a lot of excellent traders in the room that you can follow. If you're interested, if you can afford $8.99, you can take what we call our test drive. It starts Monday morning. You'll have access to 10 trading days with our premium service, and it'll cost you $8.99. So it might be an interesting way just to test this out for $8.99 to see if you like the program. So again, this is the Brokerage Plus window. Now it's only available if you are using our downloadable application, not available on the web-based version. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Well, Daniel, then come into the room. If you're brand new into the room today, then just, this is the format every day. This is not just for the test drive. You know, I'm live on the mic, sharing my screen from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. every day. Oh, every day? Not every day. Not Saturday and Sunday, just Monday to Friday. So here's you'll see the Brokerage Plus option is right here, and underneath you'll see two options, live and simulation. Simulation paper trading. So again, if you have an Interactive Brokers account and you want an E-Trade account and you want to actually use this window to trade your account, you can do so. You have to watch that video. It'll show you how you can connect. And then here's what you can do. So I click on a symbol, and notice the symbol shows here. I can pick how many shares I want to trade. I can pick the price I want to get in at. I can, if I want to short it, I sell. If I want to go long, I buy. Okay, I'm going to show you in the simulator how you can do all this. You can also do other things, and this is a little more advanced. If I take a look at SSY, and I like what I see, and I want to take the trade right now, then I right-click back, configure. I right-click. Don't tell me there's a bug here. Ay, ay, ay. I might have to go back to here we go. Okay. So let me try again here. Okay. So you notice when I right-clicked, I'm on a development version, guys, and that's, you know, I'm like a tester. I'm probably the power user that Trade Ideas has because I use it all day long. And so I'm always trying the development version, and I report back when I see something is wrong. Anyway, so you'll notice again, so let's just say you click on SSY, you like what you see, you check the chart out, you say, yeah, I want to trade it. You go back, right click, and you see how that trade, SSSY, I hover over that, and this pops up. A box like this pops up. These are buying and shorting options that I have created. How did I do that? You have to watch the video. You can create your own, and this is what we call one-click trading. Again, this is an advanced way of using it. You don't have to, but it's just an advanced way. So when you click on it, that means you're in the trade and you've set up your trading strategy. And again, that video explains how you do it all. Again, and it's an advanced feature. If you got into a trade, these are hotkeys, and I'm going to show you in a minute once we talk about the simulator. These are hotkeys. Flatten gets you out of a trade. Half gets you out of a half. Double doubles your trade. Of course, you could go in here and sell a certain number of shares if you want, but these are just some hotkeys we have. Yeah, you will have the program DB, okay, give it a couple of hours after the market closes today. That's absolutely recommend that you take the weekend, the balance of tonight or today, after the market closes, and the weekend to take a look, as you say, poke around. I would also really take a look at the 20 lessons. Okay, just to get yourself all, because past test drives, we didn't have this 20 lessons, and people start off Monday morning and they're completely new and they're lost, and I get it. The other thing I want to say is this: this test drive is 10 days long. Don't expect to become an expert in trade ideas after 10 days. Okay, I should manage people's expectations here also. You're not going to be an expert in trade. I don't think there's any such thing as an expert. Do I know the program? Sure, I do. But there's always things to learn. But, don't expect to be an expert in trade ideas after 10 days. I'm sorry, can I this is just a watch list, okay? If you're talking about, can I touch on, this is just a watch list. All right, so it made the watch list because I had a bunch of, met the conditions that I set. Doesn't mean you take the trade immediately or take any trade. It's a watch list. So, there was Sabre at 1275, not bad. And it's 1295 now. Can I take this out? But it's a watch list. Well, Daniel, again, a couple of hours after the market closes today, you'll have access to the program. You should get an email telling with your username and password and all that. And then you'll have access to the program after the market closes today. But again, give it a couple of hours and then certainly over the weekend, okay? Okay, so Zelly asked a question in our YouTube room, and let me start talking about the simulator, okay? Because if you're new to trading, you're new to trade ideas and everything like that, this is, in my opinion, this is the real power of Brokers Plus. I mean, yeah, it's fine. You want to trade your IB account or your E-Trade account. I mean, it's fine. Don't get me wrong, okay? But if you're new to trading or you want to practice things, use our simulator. You click on the sim, now you're in simulation mode, all right? And it uses our real-time data. It's got no bearing on who or what your broker is, okay? It uses our real-time data. And so when you click on an alert, again, everything I just said, when you're connected to a real account, applies here. Notice the share or the symbol shows up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. You can pick the price you want to get in at. If you're going long, you buy it. If you're shorting, you sell. Okay. Yeah, this G Pro. I almost hop back into. I'm just checking that G Pro. I almost hop back in. Just don't like it. Just don't like the way it's trading. So how I wanted to demonstrate, though, is in simulation mode. And yesterday, because there was a bug, I couldn't do it. But let's see if I can do it today. They claim they fixed it, so let's see if they have. Let's just say I wanted to take HIMX, okay? But I didn't want to take it right now. I wanted to take it if it pulled back to, say, 1339. And if this doesn't work, guys, then I'm going to go back to a previous version for next week. I'm just not going to mess around. So I can pick how many shares I want to trade. Let's take 300 shares. Now, this is typically what I would do is I would put 1338 in both boxes here. Oops, I better make sure it's 13 dot, not comma. Okay. I would hit the buy button. If it doesn't work, then I'm just going to go back to the other version. Hey, it works. Okay, that's the way it's supposed to work. Okay, so they have fixed it. So notice there is a blue line right here that says 1338. So if HIMX goes down to 1338, it'll take the trade. Okay, that's what I was trying to demonstrate yesterday. And again, there was a bug in the development version that I was using. You need live data from IB, absolutely. If you want to trade using your E-Trade or your IB account, you need to have live data, yes. The simulator works on our real-time data, okay? But if you want to trade your account using this, and again, please listen really carefully, it's just not you, thinker, but you can only use this Brokerage Plus window if you want to, if you have an Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account. So if you have another account, you know, of Thinkorswim or something else, you can't use this. Doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas though, okay? It's just that this happens to connect to IB or E-Trade as an option or a feature that you can use if you want to. That's all it is. I'm not trying to, you know, dismiss the value of this, but people get very confused. And the other thing they get confused that, well, you know, if I don't have an IB account or an E-Trade account, does that mean I can't use the AI, Holly? No, this is just, treat this is just like any other window, you know, like a watch list. You know, I click on an alert, it shows up on my charts, and if I want to trade it with my broker, if I don't have IB or E-Trade, I just trade it. It's that simple. You don't need to be connected to IB or E-Trade. I'll get to your question in a minute, Jamie. Okay, let me just kind of continue here. Because now what I want to do, square foot. Wow, look at this one going. Another crazy low one, 9 million in the float. Look at this one going. Look at the volume. Boy, this has got room too. Wonder why I don't see any. Oh, so it got halted before. What I want to do is I want to take a trade. Now we're just going to kind of briefly go over the concept of stops, you're new to trading, and money management. Let's take this trade. Let me take the QRT trade and okay, what's the spread? A 1 cent spread or a 2 cent spread. I'm going to show you why I'm taking 500 shares. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to buy it at the market, okay? The spread is only, a couple of pennies. See, it took the trade right there. And this is in the simulator, 1366. I'm going to put a stop at 1346. I know guys who've been in the room forever probably get tired of my saying this, but to make the math easy. Okay, there's my stop, 1346. Now, why did I put a stop? First of all, when you get into a trade, you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. It's that simple. If you don't do that, recipe for disaster. You can't hope and pray that every trade you get into is going to work. Look at the trade I took on the QRT, on the G Pro earlier. I stopped myself out for a 5 cent loss. I didn't like the way it was trading. I did not want to watch it turn into a lot bigger loss than I wanted to. So anyway, so the concept of placing a stop. Now, if you're new to trading, you're going to say to yourself, well, great, I kind of get the idea that I should get out, but where is that stop price? And that is only going to come with chart reading experience. Trading is not easy, but But, eventually when you start seeing a lot of charts, you'll start to see what, right there, a good stop probably would have been 1339 right there. Look at the bottom of these candles right there. Looks like there's some support there. So if it broke down through there, you should be out of the trade. Okay? As an example. Now there are other ways, people have different ideas of where to place stops when they get experience. So you have to get, used to an idea that you like and that seems to work for you. I'm just looking at a chart though and saying, okay, a little bit of support here, but if it broke that support, I should be out of the trade. So why I put it at 1346, that's the next step. When you get into a trade, also, you have to have a stop, but you also have to have an idea about how much you're willing to lose on the trade if it doesn't work. Now, you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to want to risk $1,000 a trade. You may get lucky, in your first trade and make $1 million. Probably not going to happen, though. So if you start risking $1,000 a trade on a $5,000 account, you'll probably be wiped out. So on your account size, you have to, determine what would be a good number that you can risk. In this demonstration here, I'm saying $100. Okay, so if I get stopped out, I don't want to lose more than $100. And then that will share size you. Again, you don't want to go into every trade thinking, well, I'll take 100 shares a trade, $200 shares a trade, or a fixed number every trade. The number of shares you take should be based on on your stop, the difference between your entry and your stop, and how much you're willing to risk on the trade. And that's why I put it at a 20-cent stop, just to make the math easy. If I take that difference of 20 cents, I divide it into $100, which I'm willing to risk, I get 500 shares. That's why I took 500 shares. Conversely, 500 shares times, if I get stopped out for a 20-cent loss, equals $100. Yeah, I put stops, absolutely. There's always a stop. There's a stop price right here, always. So, got stopped out on these trades right here. Yeah, so you have got to make sure that you're in the account, in the simulation account. I don't see, this is the problem. I almost should go back to another version because I know what I'm supposed to do, and you have to make sure you're in simulation here, maybe on your account. The other thing, okay, if you're 100% sure, then the other thing is this. When your strategy, you have to create the strategy, okay? I'm sure you know you have to do that. Edit, and it could be in your limit offset. If you have a very tight limit offset, then you probably will not get very many fills. And what the concept of the limit offset is this. Even if you're in auto trading mode, let's just say I wanted to take this trade. I got the trigger, it was at 1488, but it's moving quickly. Even in auto trade mode, you won't be able to probably get a fill right at the alert price. So what the limit offset does, it says, okay, that limit offset right there, how far outside of the actual alert am I willing to go to take the trade? And I can't tell you what that number is going to be. You'll have to experiment. It will also, depends on the price of the stock. I mean, obviously with, Facebook or, some of the more expensive stocks, if you have a 1 cent limit offset, you'll never get a fill. So that's the only thing I can, okay, you understand, Joe? Okay, good. Okay, good. That is the typical reason why people say, hey, how come I'm not getting a fill? I'm in auto trade mode. And listen, auto trading is an advanced topic, advanced feature. I don't auto trade. I don't know too many people trade ideas that auto trade. I'm not saying you shouldn't, but all I'm saying is that there is a reason. What I'd be doing maybe is just setting up these one-click trading. This is almost auto trading. You set up your strategies, you take a look at the chart, and you go back and you click on how you want to trade it. But that's my idea. And what I would do is, you want to try to auto trade, practice in the simulator, okay, before you take your own strategy and auto trade it. And certainly you're bound and determined to try auto trade in the AI, do it in the simulator. You'll see how it works. You'll see, oh man, that doesn't work very well, auto trade mode. Okay? Okay, next concept is this. You place your stop, you say, great, you've practiced in the simulator for a month, 2 months, 3 months, how long it's going to take to get comfortable, finally trading real money. And yes, notice I said 1, 2, 3, maybe a year. I can't tell you how long it's going to take. So you place, now you're ready, you take your first order live, and uh-oh, look what's happening. It's going down to my stop. So you start thinking to yourself, well, man, I know I practiced so long, and I made my stops in the simulator, but now I'm live. Maybe that stop is a little tight, so let's just move it down a bit. Okay, let's just move it down a bit, because maybe I didn't quite get where I should put that stop. And now it starts approaching. I'm going to move it down even more. Okay. Now, remember I would have been stopped out and I'd have left the stop in, but now I moved it down instead of that $100 manageable loss. If it hits 1325, I'll be out for a $200 loss. Okay. And if it keeps approaching that, and I keep moving it down, this is what I call the inner turmoil, the struggle that every trader has. Should I allow myself to get stopped out? Did I put the stop right? I've heard so many great things about this. This is an earnings play. I've been reading all the chatter. This should work, and it's not. Why? So all of a sudden, again, your $100 loss turns into maybe $200, $300, $400, $500 of a loss before you finally give up and you sell, and you've taken a way bigger loss than you should have. How do you counteract that? You leave your stop in place. Okay, you just leave it there, and if you get stopped out, you get stopped out. It's that simple. Don't worry about it. You run from that manageable loss. Now listen, it could set up. This trade could set up later on. For all the reasons you got into the trade the first time, maybe later on it sets up sort of the same way. You can always try the trade again. Okay, but it's so important. Money management is so important. And the other thing that can destroy you sometimes is not obeying your stop, and then it does bounce, and you say, great, I'm glad I didn't obey my stop, because look what's happening. It's running. I'm making oodles of money. Yay. Well, I'm not saying it can't happen. Of course it can happen. But that gives you a false sense of security. Then to maybe, it worked the first time when I did not obey my stop, so I'm not going to obey it ever, okay? So there's my spiel, guys. 11:09, I'm done. Okay, so Daniel, the premium allows you, of course, first of all, everything I just explained is part of our standard service, okay? If you want access to the AI, you need our premium service. In this test drive, though, you'll have access to the AI. But if going forward, you like the AI and what it was doing, then you would need our premium service. Everything I've just done, though, placing stops, this is in simulation mode, is all part of the standard service. You can do trailing stops, but only in a live account, okay? Trailing stops do not work in simulation mode. And the thundering hooves. All right, guys, I just got to show you what's happening in the background. Some of you have seen her before. Some of you haven't. Here she is. My little assistant all day long. All right, guys. So where am I now? Oh, Jamie. Okay, here's something that you, and I think this will help you, Jamie. Okay, so the question was, I uploaded your layout anyway to upload with all the windows locked in place. Okay, so a couple things. I have three monitors. I have three 32-inch monitors, 4K monitors. Okay, that's what I'm using. Get that question a lot. So here's what you can do. If you have multiple monitors, but even if you just have one monitor, because what you don't want to have to do every time you load trade ideas every day, you don't want to have to rearrange your windows where you want them. Okay, your scans and your charts where you want them. So this is what you do. Take your toolbar and put it in the upper left-hand corner. Again, this is you have multiple monitors, but put it in the upper left-hand corner, even if you just have one monitor. In the upper left-hand corner of what you'll designate as your main monitor. This is what I designate as my main monitor, the one I'm sharing. I put all my trade ideas windows exactly where I want them, of course, on my main monitor, and I have other trade ideas windows. You know, I got my spider sector list, etc. I have other trade ideas windows on other monitors. Now, I think, Jamie, is what you can do is this as an option. Sorry. Also, make sure I'm right. Okay, is enable snap windows, okay? That'll lock them in place also, and it'll also get them so they kind of size accordingly. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Put everything exactly where you want them, and then click on Tools, External Options, Options, and where it says Layouts, click on Layouts, and then check the Open relative to main window, and save that. I won't do it because it'll kind of jumble things up a little bit for me. Once you save that, and then when you exit trade ideas, there's a bunch of ways you can exit trade ideas. I do save my layout to my system, to my local computer, call it, save layout. I give it a name, and I can save it that way. If I'm not going to press exit, because if I do, I'll lose my my linking to Interactive Brokers. But when you click File Exit, it'll ask you, do you want to save your layout? Yes or no. You can say yes. I also save everything to the cloud. File, Save or Share to Cloud. You can save your entire layout, give it a name, save. I also save individual windows that I've created, scans that I've created to the cloud. But when you exit trade, if you have saved that layout, where it says open relative to main window and save. Then when you exit trade ideas and reload trade ideas, all your windows should be in exactly the same position. Okay, you don't have to, rearrange your windows every single day. The snap feature, I don't know, maybe that's what you're looking for, Jamie, is enable snap windows. Typically what that means is, when I move a window around, it kind of snaps into place, kind of sizes. Yeah, Chris, I don't know why IB Gateway is still there, but yeah, I would say TWS for sure. I don't even know what the gateway does anymore. I don't know why it's an option. Okay, so that's a way to do it if you have multiple screens, monitors, or even if you just have the one and you want everything to always be in place every single time when you load trade ideas. Now the other reason, very important to do this, save or share to cloud as I went through, and saving individual windows to the cloud, save your layout to the cloud. Why? Well, I've got a Bluetooth problem right now, right? What if my entire computer failed? Well, pain, get a new computer, but as long as I've saved everything to the cloud, all I have to do is download the program and then file, load from cloud. That's how I have, cloud concept is pretty obvious now. And all I have to do, I can load my layouts, I've saved a bunch of, this is a drop down which allows me to go to my layouts if I want. I just load the layout that I want. I can load individual scans if I want. But the other big reason is this, is if you have multiple devices, so you have a laptop, you have a tablet, you can also download Trade Ideas to as many devices as you want. You can only have Trade Ideas open one device at a time. But let's just say I get a laptop, I just download the program to the laptop, and guess what? I just have to file, load from cloud. So I don't have to recreate everything from scratch, each device. Okay? So Stephen, I think what you're saying is that you have a standard subscription, and you want to, and so if you take the test drive, you're doing it because you want to have access to the premium service for those 10 days. Okay, yeah, I think it's automatic. I think it just switches on. There's nothing for you to download. Okay, because what happens is you should see this. Right now, if you try to click on this link here, AI/Holly strategy trades window, it probably says no permission, something like that. And so this will just automatically get turned on for you. So you don't have to download anything. All right, guys, notice the HMIX, remember I put in a conditional buy order to take this trade, okay? This is in the simulator. I put a conditional buy order to take the trade. Remember, this was a dark, maybe it's hard to see, but this was a dark blue line. And now it's turned into a faded line, a faded blue line. That means it's taken the trade. Now, same concept is this, is that if I knew, this is what I wanted to do, okay, in the simulator, and I wanted to take this trade at whatever it was, 1339, I would have to know what my stop is, ahead of time, because again, if you say to yourself, well, I want to take this on a pullback, but if it moves against me, I have to know where I'm getting out. Again, that'll share size you. Okay, so you have to know where your stop is before you would take that trade. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. So again, get into the trade. If it takes the trade, then I have to know where I'd be getting out of the trade if it works against me. Yes, the only thing, Daniel, it won't allow you to do, the premium, we will not allow anybody to auto trade the AI connected to an IB or E-Trade account, okay? We don't recommend auto trading, number one, okay? So but you can auto trade the AI in simulation mode, okay? You can auto trade your own strategy if you want to, using our premium service. The only thing is we do not allow anybody to auto trade the AI if you have an interactive brokers or E-Trade account. Oh yeah, getting plenty of rest. You know what, the Dreamer? I don't know if it's going to be that much different. I mean, I'm answering questions all day long now, anyway, which is fine. Now we're at 11:20. And again, I should reiterate the whole idea of managing your expectations during this test drive. You will not become a Trade Ideas expert. I will say this, the initial test drives, I think we started doing this, 3 years ago maybe. They were only 5 days long. And the anxiety of people, within 5 days of trying to learn everything was crazy. I'm not saying after 10 days you will learn everything, but it's a little bit longer. It should give you enough of a taste to determine whether or not you think this is the program for you. And remember, we have a lot of support. This room is like this every day, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. We have in the YouTube room between 12 and 1 Q&As every day. Again, every day, Monday to Friday. We have the webinars Monday to Thursday. We have support all day long, really. I mean, you got account issues, or sometimes people want a question about how come something didn't trigger in a scan that I've got. You can always send that to us, and we'll take a look. Yeah, I always refer to everything Eastern Time Zone. Okay, even though I'm on the West Coast in Vancouver, I always refer everything to Eastern Time Zone. Just makes it easier. My computer, in order to really, my computer, I think some people have problems when they're trying to trade their IB account or E-Trade account. It could be timing issues sometimes. That's why what I do is my computer is set to East Coast time, Eastern Time Zone. Trade Ideas is set to Eastern Time Zone. Well, then I know there will be no issues. All right. Well, I have no idea what's happening. Let's see. Anything interesting? Ija, any Amex plays today? And again, understand, I don't tell anybody what to buy or sell. A lot of times I'll start pointing out opportunities, and I might say something like, well, you know what, if it takes this area out right here, I'm very interested in taking the trade. I mean, that's what happened with me in the G Pro. I was interested. It hit an area that I liked, took the trade, didn't work, but I'm not going to tell anybody to take a trade. I'm not going to tell anybody when to get out of a trade. We have a lot of other traders in the room, a lot of ideas. But I have to be very careful. I'm not a financial advisor. There is a big disclaimer at the beginning. Ah, yes, you mentioned this one yesterday, the DXF. Wow, IHT is still alive and kicking after that big pullback. Look at the volume coming in. So if you're new to trading, you'll hear me talk about the float all the time. And so look at this float here. This information right there. I really recommend using the single stock window. It's funny, for years I didn't use it. Now I find it, it's invaluable. You can put, this is what I use. I mean, you can customize the single stock window to see the type of information you want. This is the information that I want. But I mean, the single stock window basically is all the filters that we have. So I'm interested in, but if I configure it, here are all the filters that I can use. So I mean, it's not just what I've got. You can customize it, but this is what I like to see. So the float is so critical. 2.9 million. That's what that says right there, right? Look how many shares is traded. 31 million. So if you divide 2.9 into 31, that will tell you the float turnover. This has turned the float over. Quick math, a little more than 10 times today, which is huge. It means there's super interest. So the lower that number, and what I consider, people ask, well, what do you consider a low float? For me, anything under 20 million is what I would consider a low float. But it's all relative. If you're used to trading Facebook with 2.3 billion shares in the float, then you might consider 100 million as a low float situation. All right, but for my purposes, I consider 20 million a low float situation. So the lower that number is when you get these crazy, insane percentage moves. Think of the float as being the supply of stock. Typically what happens is, and not so much in these cheaper ones, but like a Facebook, the float for Facebook is 2.39 million or 2.3 billion shares, but there are more shares outstanding. So typically what happens is you take the number of shares outstanding and you start to subtract what all the insiders own and what maybe mutual funds own, because typically, certainly insiders, the CEO, all the C-suite people, they can't trade on a daily basis. The mutual funds don't. So you start subtracting that from the shares outstanding, and that gets you the float. This is the available number of shares to trade on a daily basis. Okay? So with IHT, this is how many shares are available to trade on a daily basis. So that is the supply of stock. And if you have a low float situation, and for whatever reason, and I don't see the reason, I don't see any specific reason, but for whatever reason, traders want this today. The demand is high. Think about any other commodity on earth. Low supply, high demand, what happens to the price? It might be coming. My cul-de-sac, it might be coming. So low supply, high demand, that's why you get these crazy moves. So why not? I'll use my cul-de-sac. Let's just say you live in a cul-de-sac, and it'd be a pretty big one, but there are 100 homes in your cul-de-sac. And you want to sell your home. And so you're the only one in the cul-de-sac that wants to sell. And you list your property for $500,000, all right? Now, for whatever reason, maybe your home is the gem in the cul-de-sac. But for whatever reason, there are about 10 people who want to buy your home right off the bat. And so what typically happens in a market like that is that somebody comes in and says, well, I'll offer you $550 for your home. And the next guy says, well, I'll offer you $600. So you keep, the offer keeps going higher and higher and higher. There's a bidding war. Low supply, high demand. Okay, so there's a bidding war. Nobody else in your cul-de-sac is selling. You're the only one. So there's your low supply, one house, high demand, 10, 20 buyers. So what happens? Of course, the price goes up. You just keep waiting for the price to go up, and finally you sell to the highest bidder. Okay, so that's the upside. Here's the downside. You're in your cul-de-sac, you want to sell, but so do 10 other people. And you all list for 500,000 shares. You only have one person who wants to buy. So your neighbor says, well, I got to sell right now, so moves his price down to $450. Your neighbor next to you, or next over, says, well, I got to sell. I'm moving my price down to $400. You can see what's happening. You have high supply, low demand, causing the price to go down. Okay? I mean, that's about as simple as I can explain the float and demand. So you always have to be very, very, very careful, when you're in a low float. And, it's wildly exciting to get into one of these when it's moving higher. And you'll hear me say this all the time. If you get into one of these, do not go downstairs and make yourself a toast and coffee, come back 10 minutes later, thinking that all is good. It could be, but a lot of times what can happen is all of a sudden the demand dries up and everybody wants to sell. And that can just drive this price down so quickly. Okay? So just so you know. Yeah, so Roberg, it's not on the TI website. It's in my homepage, okay? The question was, try to upload my scanners from the TI website. This is nothing to, well, I shouldn't say, I'm using Trade Ideas, obviously, but these are my scanners, okay? So if you go to my homepage, click on my homepage, hopefully you can see what I'm doing here. If you go to my homepage tab, and there's the link right there, okay? So when you click on it, again, this is what you'll see. And here are my scans. This is the scan section. Click here, and here are all the scans, including my layout. Okay, it's not on the TI website. There are I'm an employee of Trade Ideas, and these are the scans that I like to use. But all the other traders have their ideas of scans. So this is why I create my own website so you can have access to it, and then you can save the link. You can always look at the link later on, all the scans later on. Okay. All right. Let's see, anything happening in my other scan? Yeah, I see NMRD, nice alert at 9:30. Got up to 986. This is a wild and another one. Look at this, 8 million in the float, very low float. Yes, Ion. Yes, it works the same. The question was, does automated trading work the same as on the simulator? Yes. All right, guys, so it is now 11:32. So in about 20, 25 minutes, I will be taking a break. And I believe it's Andy will be in our YouTube room moderating it while I take my break. And let me just make sure, though. Absolutely, Daniel. Absolutely. You create your own. The more adventuresome people out there, what they do is they create an alert window, all right, and then they backtest it, see how well it worked. Here's our backtest strategy. I'm not going to, it's an advanced topic. You can set up your start time, your exits, your risk management, and, go over all this. I think it's covered in one of the basic, one of the videos. But so if you create a strategy that you backtest well, yes, then you can load it. Notice what you do is once you create your strategy that you like to try, then you right click and save it to the cloud. Save or share to cloud. Save it to the cloud. Okay. And that's what I did here. That's why you see this watch list up. I was demonstrating this yesterday because then you click on your strategies tab here and you right click, load from cloud. And if you just did it, you'll see it immediately. Okay. You just would highlight it and load it. And then it'll load in here. And then at that point, now you have to go through the exercise of editing, creating your trading strategy. When you want to get in, order details, position sizing. Is it going to be based on a stop loss? All this is covered in the video. Now I'll pop this in because I can't tell you how you're going to create your trading strategy. All right. Risk management. How long are you going to hold it? If you want, I actually had a question I think earlier. If you don't get out of a trade, you can also use it to swing trade if that's what you want to try to do. And what I was going to say is, if I don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, just a minute, please. All right, guys. Is Trade Ideas down? No. What do you mean by is Trade Ideas? You mean in the room when I stopped talking? Yeah, I'm sorry. I had to take a phone call, but is that what you mean? So I don't understand, Ian, when you say how so I see different results. Trade Ideas is not down, Michael, so okay. Michael, it's possible. It's possible. Did you fill out the agreements, the NYSE professional trading status agreements? That's the only thing I can think of. Otherwise, I'll have to send you to our homepage, because if you disregarded it because you're not sure, if you're not sure, then you probably haven't. You should be sure. What it was is it was something that we sent out to people. They have to again tell us whether or not they're professional. Most of our customers are not, but the New York Stock Exchange is forcing us to do this. They're not just ourselves, but all TradingView, TrendSpider, like everybody. We have to send out this to all of our customers, even if you answered that question when you first signed up with us, because we did answer that. We did ask the question, "Are you a professional or not?" You probably said no, but now the New York Stock Exchange is requiring a much more detailed response from everybody, so we have to send that out to all of our customers. Okay, so if you disregarded it, that could be the reason. Well, it's been ongoing. It started last October, okay, but we have been sending emails out. A lot of times, people either disregard or it goes to a spam. So this is what I want to. I'm going to go to our homepage, okay, and just say, hey, I've lost a connection, and it's probably the reason. They will send you the form. You fill it out, and then yeah, I'm going to send you the homepage, and just ask for the form, okay?
Wow.
So for the other people who are already Trade Idea subscribers and have been Trade Idea subscribers for a while, don't disregard that New York Stock Exchange form that we have sent. Probably just say no, 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 no to all the questions. We have very few. The reason we're having to do this is that the New York Stock Exchange, typically our subscribers are not professional. So when you subscribe to Trade Ideas, the data is included in the package. If you are a professional, though, the New York Stock Exchange wants to charge you more for the data. And so we have to pass that information on to them. So they want to charge you more for the data. No, we don't want to do it, but so don't disregard that, because even if you're not a professional and you're thinking, well, I'm not a professional, why should I fill that out? Or when I signed up with Trade Ideas many years ago, they asked me and I said no. It doesn't matter. This has to be filled out, and it's a pain that we've had to go through. A lot of pressure on our support people, but it has to be done. Oh, you're back online, so it had nothing to do with that, Michael. Okay, but if you haven't filled it out, please, I would suggest, and you would know. I mean, you would know if you've filled out the form. And this one got halted on the way down. Square foot, SQFT, just got halted on the way down. I've seen this MGI has been accelerating also. Not a low float though, but it's an earnings play. And I don't know over the next, well, actually I could probably find out, but you see why we're getting so much activity. If you're new, look how many earnings plays there are. I mean, I can't even probably fit them all in on the screen. Yeah, can't even fit them all in on the screen. Look how many earnings plays are. These are the ones up. You know, you're the ones that are down. You know, so what I'm saying is that this is why we're having all sorts of activity. Because if you were here in the room maybe 3 weeks ago, there might have been 2 or 3 in this window. Are you saying the homepage link is broken? Please don't say that. Give me a moment here. Now, Michael, when you said the link is broken, what did you mean by that? Because this is the homepage link, and this is where I was saying to do the question and answer. Oh, okay, so it's maybe something to do on your system, you know, your computer. You know, it's because definitely, you know, believe me, if it were happening, I'd know about it and I'd be talking to development right now. So it must be something to do. Must be something to do with your computer. He's not in. He usually shows up a little bit later, Jason. Yeah, a strong recommendation from Jefferson. Is it Jefferson? Jeffrey, sorry, regarding Tilray. Yeah, they put a $23 price target. So it's probably given some of the cannabis plays a shot. Yeah, I see MJ. But I noticed Cron this morning. I don't know if it's recovered. Yeah, even Cron has recovered. Wow. Cron has recovered. This was an earnings play, but look what it was doing. It was really sinking, but it popped. So no, he's never in the YouTube room. No, always in the other room, in what I call the main trading room, Jason. Is there a way to limit the number of alerts on the 1 minute volume spike? Well, as always, now remember the 1 minute volume spike is a filter, so you're not getting an alert based on that. It's just that the stock met that filter requirement. But as always, I mean, you can always limit the number of alerts you're getting. Well, right-clicking properties and clicking on the don't repeat. And, you know, you can either go, you know, only show me an alert every 1 minute or 5 minutes, 15, 30, an hour, or for the day. That's all you can do. Ah! See what happened? I should have canceled out, so now I don't see the alerts. All right, guys, it's getting closer to my break time. So what I'm going to do is just put the YouTube link in here. So if you want to head over to YouTube between 12 and 1, you can do so while I take my break. right, guys, I'm just kind of looking at some of my thumbnail charts. I haven't really been paying attention to what the market is doing today, other than the fact that the market's up. All sectors are up. I shouldn't say all sectors. Let's take a look. What sector is down? So financials are slightly down. So this is the big ETF for the financial sector. Here are some regional ones. And consumer staples is slightly down, or it's just basically flat. Every other sector is up. Up meaning above yesterday's close. Look at Jets, guys. Jets is, I bet you the airlines are doing pretty well then today. There's American Airlines. Bet you all the airlines are doing pretty well today. Michael, I can't help you. I don't know how to help you. It's got to be something with your system, okay? Because there's no, otherwise I'd have a lot of people saying, well, I would be. If I were having problems with the program, I would be complaining also to development and many other people. There's got to be something with your system, Michael. What is the when you are connected? What is the rate that you see? If you can see my screen, it says 43 ms. No, technically no. I can't. I don't know how I can help you. I mean, you can go to our homepage and ask. Okay, but if it's your computer, your internet connection or something like that, even though you're saying other sites are fine, I don't know how to help you. So it requires more technical support that I could possibly give. How miserable. I'm so glad I did not hop back into GoPro. Didn't, I mean, just didn't look pretty good, right from the get-go here. It was a gap up and go, but ooh, I would like to have seen this one a little bit earlier. FSTX, so it's bouncing off the financing price. It held that financing price pretty well. Financing is at $7, and it's bouncing off that financing price pretty well. Wow, something's going on then. You have the dot. When you say the dot, you're talking about the green dot. Is it green? Is it red? Is it orange? Yeah, you better go to our homepage and start asking. We have some technical people there, okay? Question like that is hard for me, other than if that thing about filling out the forms, but all right, just a confirmation. Yes, it will be Andy in the room today. So you can't even get to the site? Something's going on then, because let me I'm gonna put the link in again. Oops. I'm going to show you, Michael. I'll demonstrate it. Hopefully you can see my screen. Okay. So when I click on the link here, It takes me to the site. You know, and this is what I wanted you to do, then yeah.
Oh, man.
Well, I'm not sure how I can help you. If you can't even get to our website, because that link definitely works. I thought maybe the link was broken, but it definitely works. The only other thing I can suggest, but this might take a little bit longer, I know it's frustrating, is to send an email, and it gets read by everybody at the same time, to info@trade-ideas.com. You know what? Okay, are other people having problems, say, getting to our website, as an example? The only other issue I can think is we have different servers. Maybe one of the servers is acting up. So is there anybody else in either the YouTube room or the main trading room? If you say click on, if you do me a favor and just click on the website, the home page, the link here, you able to get to it? Maybe reload, Michael. Okay, maybe reload. Now, somebody else did. Rob Gandhi said he reloaded. So just try to do a reload. Okay, so the link seems to be fine for most people. So maybe just do a reload. It is possible. We have several servers. It's possible that one of the servers was acting up, not on a server I'm on.
Oh, man.
All right, so Jato, so we are having a problem then maybe on one of the servers.
Man. Oh, man. Oh, man.
Okay, I've just passed this on. I want to find out.
Oh, man.
It's back now. Try again, Jato.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Playboy. Playboy. What is it doing? All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Andy to show up in the YouTube room, and I'll be taking my break, so I'm going to just get the announcement up. I'll be back at about 12:40. I think Andy is there. All right, Andy, I see you started to stream. Okay, so I will vacate. Have fun for the hour. I'm just stopping now.
Testing 1 2, testing 1 2 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Hey, Aja, how you doing? Whew, I barely made it. I told Barry, you can't see my screen, everybody, right? Hi, Sam. You guys can see my desktop, correct? All right, good, good. Thanks, guys. Hey. All right, good. Because I told Barry I was streaming. I looked down, and I wasn't, so I had to click real quick. So we must have barely made it there. All right. Hi, Mike. Hi, Jacques. Bern, everybody. Welcome to the Friday edition of the live support. Okay, this is dedicated to those who need help. All right, so if you do need help with the software, maybe a configuration or any questions that you might have, be sure to just put it in the chat there, and I will address it. We have nothing on the agenda as far as bringing you any type of content, so we'll talk about charts if you want to, if nobody has any questions about the software. But it is a great venue to come and ask questions that you might have. Now, next week, this will be replaced by basically our support for the test drive. So if anybody is in here and going to get connected access to our software about 2 hours after the close today, usually we will have a dedicated hour every day for support for the test drive. So hey, Mike, how are you? All right, boy. Spies, I don't want to try to make sense of it. Bad employment numbers, but oh well, here we are again at all-time highs in the spies. Good. Glad you're doing fine, Mike. Just a reminder to everybody, we will not be having our afternoon webinars for the next 2 weeks. We're just too busy in support. We're burnt out by the end of the day, so all of the webinars will be in the morning or maybe 12 Eastern time. I'm not sure what time those. I think they're 12, same as the support session. All right. Yeah, we have. If you'll send something in, Zelly, to info, I'll put the email in here for you. It's just basic. This is not a heavy software at all. So it's just your basic specs needed as far as your hardware goes. It's good to have a good internet speed. I don't know, Zelly, if you're already using the software, but you can kind of tell by looking at the latency up here in the toolbar. Okay, you'd like to keep it around, I'd say, below 200. I mean, it's not going to be a problem if it just jumps up every now and then to 300, 500. But if you ever look up there and you see it around 1500 or higher, you probably have some issues, with your bandwidth. So you want to look into that. But typically, if you have a good, strong internet, it's going to run around 25. See, mine just jumped up to 75. That's nothing to be concerned about. What you don't want is just when it starts getting up to 4 digits. That's when it could get a little bit shaky. But right off the top of my head, the exact speed, I couldn't give you that number. But if you send an email in, they could probably give you better information on it. That tech guy could. All right, looks like we had another one. Sam, how can I limit the number of alerts on a 1-minute spike? I want it to trigger after X number of alerts. Okay, so what you want to use is the count filter. Okay, let's just launch this. And if you're using an alert, a new high, and you only want to see it after it maybe has hit 50 new highs, what you can do is just type in count in the search terms, go down and find this filter right here called count, add the filter, and whatever number you want to see. So in other words, you want to say, let's say 50 new highs before you see it. Just put a minimum of 50 and you won't see it until it hits 50. A lot of people will use this for, those stocks that may typically, move higher all day. Uh, you know, I think some people even use something like 100. Just crazy, just trying to find those real, strong momentum, new high stocks that could, possibly just ramp up all day. But that's how you do it, Sam. For the test drive, Grappel, I'm not sure exactly how to, maybe butchering your name there, but for the test drive, does the simulator work if an IB or E-Trade account is not hooked up? Yes, we have. As a matter of fact, that's all you can really do is well, you can't hook up the Holly for auto trading. I think you can still hook up your own strategies, if you want to mess with that. But we recommend everybody just paper trade, okay? And what you would do, let me see where that is. So what you would do is just come in here, and if you want to hook up, just make sure you have your connection on. You're connected to the Trade Ideas simulated trading. Okay, you don't want to connect to Interactive Brokers or to E-Trade. I don't even know if you have. Do you have the E-Trade option already? I'm not sure if you do or not, but that's where you want to be. You want to be hooked up to this Trade Ideas simulated trading. That's where if you connect to that, then you can just use it in paper trading, which we highly recommend, especially if you haven't used the software before. You want to paper trade for a long, at least several weeks before you attempt to hook it up to IB or E-Trade or any of those others. But let's see. I'm sorry, I'm reading these. What is the best way to cancel an order on Brokerage Plus once you place an order on Brokerage Plus with IB after hours? After hours, the best way to is just to. So let's say you put a order out for, let's say, Apple. I'm just going to pull up Apple, and let's say you put an order out. You want to buy Apple if it goes over 133. Okay, so let's just do 100 shares. Actually, they got this new thing here. Let's see. You want to buy 123 at. Let's say on a pullback. Let's just put a pullback in there at 123. Okay, buy. Okay, so an order is out there. Okay, there's several ways you can do it. You can either go to orders and you can just right click on Apple, cancel order to buy. That's probably the easiest way. Just go to your orders tab and just cancel order to buy. I think you can also go maybe to this right here and hold it down, click it and hit delete, and you can cancel it that way. So a couple of ways you can do it there. And it deleted it. You can see it turn red there once it deletes. Okay, let's see. All right, looks like we're all caught up. Hope you got that there, Charles. Spider still holding up. Funko's been strong today. Okay, the after hours question. Okay, let me see. Can you place orders on Brokers Plus with IB? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought that was part of the canceling question. Uh, yes, all you can do in after hours is limit. Okay, you cannot do market orders. So as long as you're using a limit, in other words, you want to use the order entry at the bottom. Okay, so you just want to come in here and you have to use a limit. So basically you'd have to put it on an exact price. That's would be a limit. And uh, you can't use a stop. There's no stops in after hours. Okay, so basically you would just have to use this block right here. I'm not sure if you have this same setup, or you possibly will be getting it for the test drive. But anyway, on the version that you have, it may just have be 4 fields here. So you just want to get that third one right there and put the exact price you want to buy or sell, and then you can execute. But it has to be a limit order. Can't do a market. Okay, looks like we're caught up. Market getting a little bit like it may want to try to break this 10 period moving average. We'll see what happens. Yeah, Charles, I'm on a different version. I got a brand new dev version that just came out this morning. We have these developmental versions that we have to check out and bang on before and find all the little bugs before we turn them into betas. So we may work on 5 or 6 dev versions before it even goes to beta. So uh, I'm hearing talks that you guys might get a new version some point during the test drive, depending on how it goes and with our dev department. But uh, like I said, you're just going to have those 4. You're just going to have these 4 up top. So basically, yours is going to be a field for a symbol, share size, and this field right here is where you would set your limit order. Okay, I just got this. I got to figure out how this is working. Looks like it's some sort of yeah, this is a good to cancel order, or how long you want the order to sit out. So they've added that to this dev version. Exit time, if you want to use a time to exit your trade. Okay, and this is just to where you set your uh, simulated trading. Now, if you sign in and to Trade Idea Simulated Trading and you do not see this in here, you have to right click and set it to Simulated Trading. I don't know if it's that way on the version you're using. What does the I think you meant ratio, and the 1 minute volume spike means. Uh, it's a ratio basically based on volume. So in other words, if you want it to be doing 2 times normal 1 minute volume, you would be a ratio of 2. You'd put a 2 in there. If you want it to be doing 3 times, let me just pull it up so show you. Launch a new alert window here. One-minute spike. Okay, he's talking about the ratio here. If you add alert, so if you want a ratio, in other words, if you want it to be doing, 10 times, it's very similar to the 1 minute volume filter, but it's an alert, and this will show you if there's a 1 minute volume spike, and if you want it to be doing twice the amount of volume that it normally does on a 1 minute average, you would put 2. If you wanted to be doing 3 times, 3 times you'd put 3. So neat little way for you to determine how much volume it needs to be doing. So that's pretty cool. Sometimes I cannot figure which account I am in when making trades from 2 accounts. What am I doing wrong? You know what? I may have to send you to. I've hired a couple of guys that are really kind of handling a lot of these B plus questions. Let me see. I know you have to set it up. So you want to make sure your accounts, from your accounts menu, you drop down. You may have an option with other accounts in it. Okay, you need to make sure you set that when you're connected to IB. Set that to the account that you want to. There may be one in strategies as well. Let's see. Or look, you have a tab for accounts. Okay, so you would need to. If this doesn't work, if you look around with what I'm telling you and it doesn't work, send that same question to an info. I think we may have added some different accounts, but I know you need to do it right here in the begin. If you find this drop down in accounts, make sure it's done there. And I thought there was one around strategies, but let me see. Let me click in this. Edit trading strategy. Okay, so in your strategies, I believe there's accounts right here. Okay, so this is a way that you make and set one strategy, one account, and another strategy to another account if you have multiple accounts. So you want to go in there in this and make sure you set the right account in there. And if you have this hooked up to B plus, there should be, you should have that option for your accounts in there. So you want to make sure you set each strategy to that. If that's if you're auto trading. If you're auto trading strategies. If you're not using your strategies, in other words, you just point and clicking. In other words, trading from the charts or whatever you're doing. Well, actually, if you're trading from the charts, you'll be using your strategies. But if you're just using the bottom order entry, you should be able just to set your accounts right here. Okay, and make sure this account is set there as well. So I hope that helps you there. If it doesn't, Charles, you just want to send an email in. I think I covered it all, but sometimes I don't trade. I trade in IB, but it's just discretionary. I just use order entries and things. The order entry at the bottom. What type of pattern recognition tools does the software have? Well, we have a few. Okay, there's if you go into an alert window, okay, and you go to search tab, and there's a category drop down box here where we'll have a few. If you go to, let Let me find it. Geometric patterns. You'll see a few in there. Uh, I don't use a whole lot of these. I'd like to build my own, kind of using the different filters that we have, and I'll point these out to you, and you can write them down and maybe take a look at them. Let me actually just bring up a window that I have where I use that. It's a bull flag that I created, and I showed it in here plenty of times before. Let's go to the intraday setup, bull flag intraday. All right. So these are stocks that are doing a bull flag, and you can see they've had a move up in the intraday and they've been kind of going sideways. Some good examples there. And I'll share this with you as well. There's another one. Beautiful little move higher and a little bull flag. Now, how did I use my filters to make sure it created these bull flags? That's not a very good example there. I'll go in and show you. And these are, let me circle them for you. Let me pull up my pen here so I can circle them for you. All right, the key filters in here are change from the close. I'm making sure that there's been an up move. You could put 1% if you wanted to see something bigger. I just have a 0.5% in here just to make sure there's been some sort of move higher before it started trading sideways. Key one's 30-minute range. Whoa, that's a big one. .30-minute range. Okay, see how I have this set at 0.3%? That means the stock could not have moved more than 0.3% over the last 30 minutes. That's what's going to create that kind of sideways movement. Basically making a bull flag. Another one is position in range is kind of key. I want it in the upper portion of this range when it's bull flagging. In other words, I want it at least 20% of the range up in the upper portion of the range. I thought there was another one here somewhere. Let's see. No, I think that's the key right there is change from close. You want to make sure you have an up move, and then you have in the upper portion of the range, right, of the intraday range, and then you have a tight range in the 30-minute. So that's basically, all it is. Now, it's hard to get real creative because we can't go back and at this point look at each high and low of each camera of candle. You're going to have a hard time creating any type of geometrical pattern that causes for any sorts of movement up then back down. Like a cup and handle is going to be very difficult. I don't know if I'd use a cup and handle in an intraday anyway, but if you're trying to do that on dailies, that's going to be very hard at this point. We're working with a new technology that hopefully makes it a lot better. But right now you're going to have to get created. Position and range. Okay, use these filters, 30-minute range filters. You can go 60 minutes here if you want to really go in sideways for a long period of time. Change in is a good one as well. There's I'll show you. Take a look at these change in filters. Okay, you can limit the amount of change there's been over the last 10 minutes, 15 minutes, or something like that. So there's ways to get creative with our filters. Excuse me. It just takes time to really dive in and to get spend some time just creating. It's amazing what you can do. You can create a lot of patterns. Let me share this with you because it's a real good one. Bull flag intraday. Okay, I'm dropping it in there. Okay. Charles, when you say you're using the account tab and highlighting one, but it is not always easy, what do you mean uh, it's not always easy? Are you clicking on it and it's not saving it or something like that? Let's see, Ajit. I'm not sure what you mean. Did it catch? Let's see. RHE. Yeah, this one wouldn't have caught RHE. There's not really that you didn't have a tight range here. Okay, so that one is just too volatile. Okay, that's not really a. I see what you're looking at, but I'm looking for more of a compressed time frame of the stock moving sideways, and this one just had too much volatility, and actually it fell too. Uh, when looking left, see Brian, when looking left to find the next resistance on the D chart, daily chart, do you want to use the low of the day above the current price? Good question. A lot of people will look at lows. I like looking at highs. I don't know if you have an example that you're thinking about, but see if I can find one that's a good example. But I like to look at the previous days or whenever the next high is. That's what I like. I love about our new high alert. When you're using a new high alert, our technology is going to find the next high for you. You can see this TRQ right here. There's a real good chance it's going to go up to here because that's the next level of resistance. And if you're just looking at 3 or 4 months, you might not know where the next high is. So like I said, Trade Ideas will show you, and you can see this goes back all the way to 2000, basically 2 years ago, and finding you the next level of resistance. Now, if find another example maybe of a stock that is, you're not seeing one here because it's on all-time highs. Funko, it's a good example right there, okay, showing you the next high. So I think I prefer using the next high. Obviously, if a stock's down on the day and pushing up higher, it may have some resistance at that the prior day's low or something like that. But when it comes to momentum, I definitely like using the next high. All right. Hi, Iris. How are you doing? I tried to build an alert window with all-time high and all-time low, and I couldn't find it. Well, all you have to do is use a filter for that. Let me show you. Do an alert window. Okay, and all you want to do is select the new high alert, and then you want to come in and use those position and range, what I was just talking about, that is so valuable. And what you want to do is position in year range. Okay, wait, you said all-time high, didn't you? Okay, so you want to do a position in lifetime range. Okay, so if you do a position in lifetime range and add filter, and you put a minimum of 100, remember this is looking at the prior lifetime range. It's not counting today. So anything on a lifetime high would be 100 minimum. In other words, it's over the prior lifetime high. So that's all you need to do. Same thing for low. For a low, what you want to do is put a new low, just like I did new high, and then you would put a max of 0. And you can always check your work by clicking on the little spyglass, the little show me button. And it would say the price is at the low of this range. The price is below the low of this range. So we know if it's at 0 max, we know it's on an all-time low. So just remember that. 100 for a minimum on high, 0 for a low on max for new low. Share this. Okay, I'll share the new high one, and that's all you want to do. You might want to do some columns. You might want to do some average volume as well. 200,000. Maybe do a price to avoid. You can change this if you want to. We'll put it on 3. And then add some columns. Price, change from close. Probably want to put some relative volume in there to see what it's doing. And maybe do position and lifetime range so you can see how much higher it is than the previous all-time high. And you could just call this all-time high. And we can test it by, always want to test it by looking at what came through, what's been coming through today, and just clicking on a few. You're going to have a lot because it's the market's at all-time highs. So it's probably a good way to see, and there you have it. We can actually even want to, you could put it on a monthly just to test it even better. Wow, look at that move. Crazy. Yep, showing you where the strength is, that's for sure. Gosh, look at these moves. It's crazy. There you go. Seems to be working just fine. And let me put it back on real time and I'll share it with you. Now what you could do is just take this after we put all-time high. And what you could do is you take this for all-time low, just duplicate the window. All right, and what you want to do is configure and just hit the flip button. Just hit the flip button, and now it's going to go to a new low, and it should change the filter as well. Let's see. So we can just call this it's working. So see how watch how it flips all your filters around. Okay, we got position and lifetime range. It threw this one. It was 100 minimum. Now it threw it over there for you. So I'll share this one with you too. All right, there you have it. Make sure I didn't miss anything here. Okay. Uh, yeah. Let's see. Amon wants me to look at beyond. Oh, it's on a monthly. Let me put it back on the daily here. Yeah, that's. I mean, it's relative weakness. I mean, you kind of broke down from this level. We'll see if it's a shakeout possibly. But there you had like a double bottom here that it tried to gap down below. It did have earnings this morning and or earnings after the close yesterday. So yeah, I'd be careful with something like this. Uh, since it's earnings, maybe you want to wait for something like this because it is kind of trying to break down out of a nice pivot level. If it could regain that pivot, maybe you may have something to work on, but then you have your downward sloping moving averages all coming down. So really has a lot of work to do to look bullish again. But I don't know if you're in it or not in it. I mean, it's nice, rebound from the gap down this morning, but looks like it may be, getting weak again. So be careful with it if you're in it, because that was a critical level that it just broke down from. Hope that helps you there, Amon. When you set up alerts, it says when you set up alerts or scans, can you set up certain criteria to alert you on, and then have other criteria to just watch but not alert you on? Yeah, that's the difference between a window and a T window. Okay, A window stands for alert. It's going to alert you that an event just occurred, whether it's a new high, new low, 25% pullback, whatever you want to use. It's going to alert you in real time. Whereas if you just want to have criteria, like you said, just filters, that is what we call a top list. And those are great for like scanning. So in other words, if you're not looking like this MGI, just kind of popped again, it's been popping all day, but it's alerting you in real time. So if you're on a top list only refreshes every 30 seconds. Okay, so I like to use top list for scanning, like this bull flag right here. Okay, you don't know if it's when it's going to go to a new high. I would just like to have something like this so I can look at these and say, hey, if this goes through this area right here, it could be some more movement in this thing, so you can look at scans and then you set price alerts. So scanning, if you just want to take a look at interesting patterns but you really don't need to move real quickly on it, it can be a great school. You want to use a top list. But if you're like trading momentum or something like that and you want to be quick to the draw, you need to use an alert window. And it's just a matter of preference on what you want to use. But I like to definitely use a top list just for getting ideas. Nothing that I have to really move quickly on. And you can see if you go into a top list and you go to configure, there's no tab for an alert. Okay, it's all filters. Whereas if you go into an A window like the one we just built, you are going to have a place where you have to put an alert. And there's that stock we just highlighted, just went off. Oh, I gotta close this first. There's your alert, new low. So hope you got that, Ajit. You're welcome, Iris. Yeah, those pretty simple scans, but they can tell you a lot. It's just simple all-time high and all-time low. It's can be some very valuable information there. If you don't want to try to overthink things, play strong stocks and short weak ones. EQT. Yeah, it looks big move today. Man, that's some weird price action. That's it looks like the day after earnings is sold off all day, and then today it gaps up and goes to new multi-month highs. Scroll back. Doesn't look like. Let's put it on a weekly. It's nice. It's always good to change perspectives and get different weekly charts. Yeah, look at the thing. It looks like it's nice little rounding bottom here, and could be turning the course there. And of course, look what it is. It's petroleum. I see a lot of stocks are doing that in that sector. They've been beaten up over the last several years, and now they're starting to find some bidders, just because of just all you have to do is look at oil. And that's the problem with a lot of these uh, oil stocks, those energy stocks. You're kind of subject to oil, and you can see USO. Here's the oil. It's kind of got that same look to it, trying to bounce out of it. So if you do play something like that, you want to keep an eye on the commodity. These things trade with the commodity, and right now, over the last several weeks, you can see they've been doing good. But like I said, just keep an eye on oil, because if you do have, for any reason, have a downdraft in oil, it's going to affect your EQT if you're in it, Sam. All right, let me get me a drink here. Market's starting to bleed a little. Down below its 10-period moving average now. But still at an all-time high. Boy, poor Rocket can't. Company must be doing something bad if you can't if you can't in this market, with homes doing as well as I know they're doing tons of refis. I don't know. Yeah, it just thing just stinks. You'll have a Topo Chico then, Mike. I'm drinking a Topo Chico. ET is moving. Yeah, sure is. Another energy. Dang, I was looking at rig earlier and I passed on it around 365. It's another energy trying to rise up, out of the grave. You can always use a similar tab to maybe find some, opportunity. P10 might be interesting for a go, pause, go candidate. My dip fishing scan. Are you talking about the revenue growth fishing, Sam? That one's in there. I have a regular Let's Go Fishing that used to be in there, but I think I took it out and replaced it with that revenue growth fishing. I kind of like that one better, but uh, this is actually an alert, and I'll share it because I don't think it's in there if that's the one you're talking about. Okay. So far today, only two stocks now been coming through in this region. Is one of them. Probably because the market is, at all-time highs. You don't have a lot of, the stuff is probably already gone. But this can be a good one when we get a pullback in the market and you see some stuff start coming through here. And what it looks for, I'll just show you the configuration. It's very similar to the revenue growth fishing, but it's looking for stocks above $5, has an earning per share of at least 1. The price earnings ratio is below 30. I'm looking for maybe, some value. Position in year range. See, this is a max of 35%, so a lot of these stocks have been beaten up over the last year. Whereas the revenue growth fishing, I'm only looking for a pullback over the last 3 months, so you're going to get more stuff in that one. Yeah, this can be good when you get a nice pullback in the market, and then this thing starts coming through with stocks. Maybe there's a rotation or something. Some stocks. Some things moving in that. Has a few fundamental stuff. Cash debt ratio. I'm not looking for stocks that have a whole lot of debt. Those always scare me. But you can take that out if you want. But anyway, I'll share this. Let's see. Let me just grab the one from here. I actually hadn't looked at that in a while. Now, if we get a big pullback in the market, maybe I'll start looking at it. Let's go fishing. I've been short this Tesla for a while, from around 712. I covered half yesterday, but still going to hang on to that. Things looks like it may be on the other side of the mountain. We'll see. You're welcome. You're welcome, Sam. This Neo, the one that I traded really well last year, probably definitely my biggest winner over several months. Kind of watching it here, trying to hold this uh, 200 day. I got my eye on it. Got a few alerts set. Maybe bring this down now if it gets above the 10 and the 20. I don't see any reason to jump in now for sure, but definitely got my eye on it. Yeah, give it a couple of weeks. Yeah, those little EVs they've been out of favor, and one reason I've been shorting Tesla a lot, this year. Uh, I think I've done it. I think I'm on my fourth time, and I've made money every time. So just keep going back to the dance with the one that brung you, I guess. Yeah, all the EVs with good batteries. All right, I got about 10 more minutes. So if anybody has any other questions, there've been some real good ones today, actually. See if any more bull flags. Where's that? Where's that? What was that one that I highlighted earlier? Can't remember. Decent one. Oh, that's a crazy stock. I had a long chat this morning with one of the battery engineers of a leading manufacturer. Now it's time to wait for it. Okay. There you go. Just keep marking. Put a price alert. That's the best thing to do. Put a price alert in there and just wait for it to go off. Yeah, they really a lot of these battery stocks have really like the EVs have just been out of favor as well. I tried plug a while back and didn't work out. Thought they were digging in. Yeah, CYH was definitely having a nice day. Nice little breakout there on the daily. Yeah, it's they're definitely under pressure now. They're talking about the EVs. All right, guys, I got about 5 more minutes. So be sure if you have a question you've been sitting on, get it in. Be turning it back over to Barry in about 5 minutes. Holly got a mixed bag today. Last couple of days been really good, but today, for whatever reason, Fridays it seems like a tough day for any strategy. Sam, what do you mean three would equal earnings in the last 3 days? Oh, yeah. If it the best way to look at it is like a a linear scale. Let me be a good topic to end on, because I know that could be a difficult trying to figure out when earnings was. Okay, so think of it like this way. It's a linear scale. Okay, midnight the night before, okay, any given day, midnight the night before is 0. Okay, and then AM is going to be positive. So basically you're going to start here and you're going to go, it's going to be a positive 0.25. I'm not going to put the points in there. And the after the close is going to be a positive 7.5. Okay, and then you just keep counting. Okay, the next day after, if it has earnings the next morning, it's going to be a 1.75. And if you go backwards, you do the same thing with a negative number. Okay, so if it had close after the close yesterday, it's going to have a negative 0.25. If it had earnings the previous day morning, it's going to be negative 0.75. And then you just keep counting. You go negative backwards and stuff like that. So if it had earnings 3 days ago, Sam, it's going to be a negative 3. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. Just remember, this is midnight. Okay, this is midnight the night before. I should have. And everything going forward today and in the future is going to be a positive number. Everything going backwards is going to be, in other words, in history, is going to be a negative number. So I hope that makes sense. So if you wanted to build an alert that would show you stocks that either had earnings this morning or earnings yesterday after the close, in other words, the stock has not traded since earnings yet, you would put a negative 0.25 in the min column, and you would put a positive 0.25 in the max column, and that would only show you stocks that haven't traded off earnings yet. I hope that makes sense, Sam. Yeah, if you wanted to find stocks that had earnings the past 7 days, you would put a max of 0. Okay, so put a max of 0, that's midnight, and then you want to put negative 7 as the, negative 7 as the min. And that will show you all the stocks that has earnings the last 7 days. So think of the linear scale. It makes it a whole lot easier. Okay, good, Sam. Appreciate it. Okay, it says Holly finds the best plays throughout the day. What exactly does Holly do? What Holly does is, I really don't have time. You may have to ask Barry, because I'm going to have to turn this back over in a minute, and I really don't have time to explain everything that Holly does. Basically, it's just let me get rid of all this. It's just our artificial intelligence that she's equipped with several strategies, probably about 50 of them, and every night she goes and back tests all of them, and they have to meet a certain criteria for the next morning. In other words, they have to have a certain winning percentage and a certain profit factor, and then she takes those strategies and she fires off ideas the next day. We have no idea what's going to come out until it comes out. Okay, it's just the way the alerts work. But I would say most of the action is going to be in the first couple hours of the day. You will still get a few alerts coming in afterwards, but that's about all the information I can give you, because I have to turn it back over to Barry. Let me let him know that I'm ready when he is. And you guys have a great. Uh, you'll get access about 2 hours after the close today. You should get an email. So I'm letting Barry know, guys. Everybody have a great weekend. Get ready for the test drive. It's always fun to get everybody in here and using the software and answering questions for them. And it looks like he's about to start streaming. And I gotta get ready to cut off. So have a great weekend, everybody.
In the YouTube room, see if Andy has exited. All right, so I thought I answered your question, DM. For instance, depends what you're looking for exactly, but I mean, 2 days ago, this is what I would try, all right? Now tell me if this makes sense to you. So this is what I've got here. This is these are my earnings plays here, okay? So minus 0.25 means released earnings after hours yesterday. So if I put minus 1.25, that would mean released earnings after hours the day before yesterday. If I put minus 2.25, that'll be 2 days ago after hours. Why don't you try that? Thank you, Bernd. Now remember, this is based on what our earnings provider, the data that our provider is giving us regarding earnings. If you're looking at something and you're saying, well, wait a minute, I'm getting this alert, but they didn't release earnings at that time, nothing I can do about that. You know, we're at the mercy of our provider, and he's definitely not infallible. Okay? So you can try that. Look at Bitcoin, guys. Bitcoin is having a nice surge here. Look at this. Look at Bitcoin.
Oh man.
Hey, those of you who follow GME, having a little bit of a run. Still in that thing. I don't know when I'm getting out, but
Oh man.
EPZM, guys. EPZM is on the move here. This was a gap up and go early, but it pulled back, and now it's starting to move again. EPZM. The other thing you can try, okay, I don't use this histogram. Let me just try something here for you, okay? Okay, what I'm going to do, I know sometimes our earnings designations are kind of duplicate the window. So let me just do something here, see maybe I can help you a little bit more. Whoa. See what I'm doing here? I'm using this slider. So this is like, that'd be 2 days ago. That'd be the last 2 days, minus 1.75. Okay? You see what I'm doing? You have to experiment a little bit. And if you don't want today at all, Oops. I don't, there you go. So you see what's happened here is the calendar. That's the last 2 days. Here's today. Here's the last 2 days. Minus 1.75, minus 0.25 in the min and the max. Well, if it's showing you 10 or 20, then I don't, like, give me an example, DM. Give me an example. Because again, we're at the mercy of our provider. Do you see what I did with the slider though? I can show you again. This is now exactly just 2 days ago. Okay, let me just see something here. Well, I don't see how it can possibly be showing you. So, I see what you're saying. Like, obviously, LEDs is April 8th. So, again, do what I did, all right? I'm going to duplicate this window again. I'm going to configure. I'm going to click on summary. I'm going to click on the earnings. And then this little magnifying glass here. Then I'm going to click on the calendar. And I'm going to get it. Okay, so I've just filled up these 2 days. These are the last 2 days. I'm going to the max. Oops. There we go. Okay, so -2 and 0. That has filled this out. If you're getting things like LEDs and all that and you're using that, I have no explanation. No explanation. Because this is the calendar and it's showing you exactly where you should be getting alerts from. Okay, good. Good. I'm not even going to try to figure out why it didn't work before, okay? If you don't mind. If it's working using the calendar, then great. Sometimes, it's just no rhyme or reason to certain things. Drive yourself crazy trying to figure out, so. So Sam, that should answer your question. You want to go 7 days ago. All right, just a minute, please. Maybe DM. Okay, maybe. All right, guys. Let's see. Yeah, but DM, the problem is that, yeah, there's no way that we can go into your broker's account. I don't think you'd want us to be able to see your broker's account. Okay, so it's not just IB, anybody. So as you know, short availability varies from broker to broker. So I don't think that's what you would really want. Well, there's some buying definitely coming into GME, guys. Look at that! Look at the volume coming in. But again, how is TI going to know unless it goes into your broker's account and somehow be attaches to your broker's account and then checks wherever your broker has where your shorts availability is. Now, all brokers are different. I know where to look to see if shorts are available in IB. Anyway, I can guarantee that's not going to happen. Okay? It's just not going to happen. Well, I am shocked that E-Trade doesn't make that availability readily available. I'm shocked. It doesn't make any sense to me at all. So that's what Real is talking about. There's that 8 EMA on the 5-minute chart. It basically hugged it, and popped off it, and now it's starting to move. That's what he is saying. That's how a pullback is supposed to work. Well, I don't want to say I'm killing it. I mean, I'm just going to hang on in case the ridiculous happens. That's all. But there's definitely some action. UAN. Let's take a look at UAN. Anybody playing UAN? I doubt it, Mike. I mean, look at the volume. 16,000 shares. I mean, yeah, it's up. But 16,000 shares. So... I mean, it's had a tremendous run, but I wonder what the volumes. I don't know what, like today, it's just sort of dormant volume. Right here. MR, right here. Hopefully you can see my screen and see where it says swing trading. Right there, swing trading. It depends on the time of the day. It really does. I mean, but most of my, for instance, here, it's 400,000 shares as an example. But listen, you don't have to follow me. But here, I think it's 400,000 shares. In my gap, I don't even know what I've got. It's probably, 300,000 shares here. But most of the things I see are going to be trading several million. I mean, it's just a start. Okay.
Oh man.
So OCGN, I was asked, about OCGN. So I'm not sure what you're looking for. I mean, maybe this holds. I don't know. That well, it didn't hold right there. So it's starting to drop again. It's been a tough trader, in my opinion. Very, very tough. I mean, maybe an argument to be made right here, but I mean, look what happened in the pre-market. Released earnings. Initial reaction was great. I mean, all the way up to 1050 or so. Market opens and it just catapults all the way down to 750, and now right there on that little 15-minute little bit of base. So there's you probably could have taken it here. No guarantee it was going to do this, but you could have taken it here with a pretty tight stop. But now, I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, now it's falling again. So it's been pretty whippy. Okay, so it's the 8 indicator on your 5-minute screen, okay? The 5 just refers to the chart. You can put the 8 EMA on any chart, okay? That's what Real does. I think that's what I've got. So all the indicators are here. Now, hopefully, you've got something, because I'm on a development version. I'm not sure exactly what you see, but you should, if you right-click the chart and you click on it, hopefully it says something like indicators, and you just have to find EMA. Right there, it says EMA. As an example, and then you just add it. It's going to ask you, your period, which would be 8. Okay, it wants to know, do you want to put it in the chart or in a new area? Most want it on the chart itself. Okay, so you would add it, and then you can pick the color. Change the 30 to 8. Yeah, if you want. Yeah, you can. It's very customizable. And the other thing you can do is, this is my recommendation, is that you take a chart, doesn't matter what time frame, take a chart and put all the indicators that you want to be common on virtually every chart you've got. So for instance, I've got the 20 SMA right there, that's the blue line. The 8 EMA, that's the orange line. I've got Bollinger Bands here, okay? And I have my volume here. All right, this is what I want to see on every chart. So once you do that, all you have to do then, couple things you can do. You can right click and save as default. So every time you open a new chart, if you did it this way, new chart window, your indicators will be there. Or probably an easier way is just right click and duplicate. So now you've got a duplicate chart, and then you can change the time frame to wherever you want. And then you just keep doing that. So probably the easier way is to duplicate the chart, then changing the time frame. That's what I've done here. The only difference here is on the daily chart, I also want the 200-day moving average. Otherwise, everything is about the same.
Oh man. Oh man.
All right, let's so those of you who talk about scared of shorting and all that sort of stuff, so here's how you can practice. I mean, if I wanted to short OII, now first of all, what you should do also is to make sure there are shorts available at your brokerage. Okay, you don't want to practice trading and shorting something that you could not short at your broker. Now, I can't speak for any other any other broker, but IB, lets you know immediately if shorts are available. I can find out immediately just visually. But shorting, let's see if I can find one that might be interesting. Now, that would have been good up here. It would have been good up here. I'm just trying to find something that might be kind of fun to short and just to... All right, guys. Well, listen, you know what? I'm just going to short something just to show you how you short. You literally, pick how many shares you want to short. Let's do a couple of hundred. The spread is fine. It's only a penny. And you just hit the sell. Click on the sell. Now I'm short. See how it says minus 200? Now I'm short. So all I'm hoping for is that the price drops. The price drops. That's all. That's just a different... It's just the reverse of when I go long or buy something. Of course, I want the price to go up. Now, all I want is that the price to go down. That's all. Still have a stop in place. If it starts to move higher, I get out. Just the same way if you bought something and it started to move lower, you'd have a stop and you'd get out. So let's put a stop in. Again, I'm just showing you how to do this. So let's put a stop at 25.70. Just to show you how you do this. And there it is. So there's the blue line that shows up. Okay, so if it gets up to 25.70, based on the number of shares I took, again, I'm just demonstrating this. It'll take me out for a $39 loss. Okay. So all I'm hoping for now is that it moves down. This is in the simulator. So for you guys who are really afraid of shorting, just practice. You're going to see that it's really no different. Oh, yeah, but I can lose all my money. You can lose all your... you're talking typically about, something that may happen catastrophic during the day. It rarely happens. But listen, you could go long something that all of a sudden has a huge drop because of news. But anyway, I'm not trying to convince anybody to short, but... It's that simple. So are you saying like as a bracket order like this, so I get stopped out here, or I can take myself out as a target? Oh yeah, okay, yep. So I can now add a target order. Okay, and obviously I want it to drop down. So let's just put a target, I don't know, $25. I'm just gonna make it up, okay, 25. I add the target, okay? And it should show up any second now. There we go, okay? So if it moves up to this price here, I'll lose 39. If it goes down here and I allow all this to run automatically, I'll make 101. Is that what you meant? Okay. Now, that is what was not necessarily happening, okay? I haven't tried this for a long, long time, but let's just see if it happens, okay? Because I know what you're talking about. I haven't tried this in several months. I know originally you had to get out of the order manually, which is not wasn't the worst thing. Let's short AUPH. Look at underneath. Let's short it. Let's short this thing. Now, caveat. You see, I shorted this, okay, but this stock is down 18%. Now, I'm not 100% sure I could have got that short immediately. There are shorts available at Interactive Brokers, but because it's down more than 10%, this uptick rule takes effect. And the uptick rule meaning that if a stock is down 10% today, or if it was down 10% yesterday, but if it's down 10% or more, then normally when you want to short something, you just go in right at the bid and you'll get an instant short, assuming shorts are available. But with the uptick rule, some action has to happen at the ask, and then it has to go back to the bid, and you might get a fill, but you might be in a big queue of others that want to short, so you may not get a fill. In this simulator, it doesn't know that. But if you were trying to do that in your IB account, if you were connected, it may block you for a while. You may not get a fill right when you want to. In the simulator, it's not kind of knowing that. It's the only thing in the simulator that wouldn't be 100%. But I mean that's so, that's sort of not a rare occurrence, but you just have to be aware of that. So what I'm doing is I just want to see if this does cancel out, if I get stopped out. You see, is this scary? I mean, guys, is this scary? You're short, and again, I'm going to okay, and I am going to I'll put a stop in, and my stop will. You know what? I want to make it fairly tight to see. I want to see if this thing does cancel out. So I'm going to put a stop at 10:09. Or say 10:10. Okay, I'm going to put a stop at 10:10. And I'm going to put a target at 10. I mean, just crazy. I just want to put a target of 10. And now we'll see if the order cancels. Okay, we're getting close to being stopped out. Done. Stopped out. Okay, got stopped out. Now what happened? Yes, so it canceled it. I think. Let's make sure. So I don't see the line on the chart anymore. So it must cancel it out. Okay. I mean, it should, but just wanted to make sure. But guys, you see how that worked on the short? So you just put you put a stop in, just like if you went long something, except your stop is on top, above the current price where you got in, and it took me out of the trade. No big deal. Boy, look at this thing. Look at this thing. Go to. This was, I guess, an IPO yesterday. No bueno. Look at this. I wouldn't worry too much about it, DM. I think Real is pretty busy. I mean, I don't know which one you're looking at. I wouldn't worry too much about it. You know, the bottom line is, are you getting alerts, real-time alerts, I guess, whether the line is turning black or not? Really? For go-to? Okay, maybe they changed. Well, I'm only seeing yesterday, so you're right. I do see 428, April 28th. So I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what's going on with this chart. Ah, GSX, thank you. That's why it says GSX. Okay, so they changed symbols.
Oh man. Oh man. Oh man.
Whoa, this is a gap down and reverse. How much room does Fluidigm have? This used to be a pretty active stock. I remember this week it got up to 12 something. So doesn't have that much room. That's the problem. You know, look left on the daily chart for FLDM. Great alert. It has come back. It was way down here at one point. It has come back, but look left on the daily chart and you see 1, 2, 3 days right around the area of around 520. That's just not enough room. Hey, listen, it may pop right through. If it pops right through, maybe not today, but maybe next week, then look at the room it's got. It's got some room.
Oh man.
Well, Real created a scan yesterday that looks for, you know, highs of 10 days. Whether it's consolidating, you know, you may have to just check the chart. You know, I mean, so I'm sure Real doesn't mind. It's called the cream up. So it's looking for a 10, at least above the 10 days. It's a matter of then checking to see whether or not it's been like really consolidating. You can always do something like this. You use our consolidation, and again, you know, it's sometimes it's really difficult, but consolidation and consolidation days. So you can add that filter if you want to that particular scan because it's not looking at today as a consolidation day. All right. So MD, let's take a look at MD. So maybe you can try that. Yeah, so whether it's going to recognize this as being consolidation, 2713, 25, you know, I mean, I don't know if it's going to recognize this as being consolidation. When you look at this and say, yeah, okay. The other thing you might want to do, though, is put a narrow range over 10 days. Okay, so you could try something like this. So click on, you know, I'm just going to use 10 as an example. So the 10-day range, 10-day range, you can either use dollars or a percent, right? So for instance, if you're going to use the percent, add the filter. So you might want the maximum range was 1% or half a percent or some crazy thing. Or if you want to use dollars, $1 maximum range within 10 days. That might help you also. Or you can try the consolidation and see what sort of pattern you're getting from there. So you can try Reels. You can try Reels scan here, which I'll give to you. I know he doesn't mind. A lot of alerts. Might want to tighten it up a bit, but it's up to you. And then just add that consolidation filter. And see what sort of alerts you get. So add the consolidation filter. Add the filter and just say maybe a minimum of 4 days, 5 days, 10 days. I don't know I have no idea what you're going to get from it, but you can try it. Okay? Because again, this looks at the previous days. It doesn't include today.
Oh, man.
Ah, okay. Ah, right, okay. Yeah, I got bogged down by just as you know, too many alerts. So which ones to pick. So thank you. Okay. Oh, I see the black line. I don't know what that means. I mean, that was the. But I wouldn't worry about it. I mean, it doesn't mean anything. I mean, it's not that it's disrupting anything. So. I don't know what it means. I'm sure it means something, but I don't know. Usually it means it's just the last alert. Yeah, so take that one. Take this one now, Sam, and then add that consolidation. So it's right above. It's right here. Now, if you guys are anybody new to the room, you see what we are able to do. And Real is such a great guy that he'll create a scan and share it with people. Okay, and all the scans that I'm sharing, but others will, share scans, and that's what we can do. You become a subscriber, and it's just a matter of, you just post a link in here, and then people can take a look at other people's scans. It is an aw shucks, so. Yeah, I'm not using the folder anymore. The reason why is because I am, I have my home page here. And so all my scans are here. So I'm not using the folder anymore.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
When you say the 4 is a typo, I don't know which. Oh, I see. Your 4 is a typo. I see. Okay. Yeah, I'm just not using that anymore. Well, he's a great guy, though I have no idea. We've never talked. Seems like a great guy. That's all over the place, JB. Hopefully on Monday the guy's coming over with a motherboard or a Wi-Fi little Wi-Fi board or something, whatever he calls it. No, 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 no. Well, call a Bluetooth. A Bluetooth. Well, I mean, he called it a Wi-Fi board. It's just so I can connect my headsets. No, no, I do not trade. No, no, I'm hardwired. I don't. This is not over. What you saying here is not over Wi-Fi. No, no, no. But in order to connect my headset, I need Bluetooth, and you know the same thing happened about a few months ago. So anyway.
Oh man.
No, this is a company supplied rig, so I will say this for Dell, they have awesome support if you pay for it. This is all through Trade Ideas, so I don't know what you see. Okay, when we loaded this, and again, understand that these are just ideas, right? I mean, anything you see here is just an idea. So, I mean, I probably EQT may have been alerted earlier, but you know, when I loaded this scan, this is the first time I'm seeing it, but it may have been alerted earlier. What I'd like to do in this one is do the same sort of thing I do for a lot of my scans, is I'll duplicate it. Okay, I'm going to duplicate it.
Oh man.
And then I am going to go to properties. I know why now. You've got it on this weird, I know why this is black. So how have you, okay, so you've got it, this is why this is happening, okay? He's got it on the group and sort by. You wanted that on purpose? Real? Like you did that on purpose? That's why. Okay, because this scan here, you have you have in the properties view mode, you have grouped it on. You've done this on the group and sort as opposed to newest first. That's why this black line is showing up every now and then. Now I understand. Well, I know, yeah, I could do that, but I'm just wondering if Real did that on purpose. Ah, okay, so you probably didn't do that on purpose. So if you do this, back to the configure, oops, no, configure, if you do this, go to properties, and go to the view mode, and now click on newest first, you won't get that, you shouldn't get that black line. You see what's happening? It's a little bit different now. So that's the way I'm going to do it. And then I'm going to duplicate the window. Duplicate the window. I was told to repeat myself because people don't hear me the first time. And then I'm going to right-click Properties and Don't Repeat. And I'm going to check the Don't Repeat for a day. Now I'm going to say OK, and now I'm going to change the name of this. Go to Properties. Sorry, go to Configure.
Oh man.
Summary, and right here, I'm going to put DR for Don't Repeat ahead of it. Okay, and why am I doing that? Now I can see, you know, I mean, we're towards the end of the day. I'll see what they are, how many, number one, you know, Real saying it's a little tighter. So, and I'll see how many we get, but the big thing is, when was the first time I got the alert and what did it do afterwards? So that's why I've got the Don't Repeat. Now let's see what sort of alerts we get.
Man.
Now, DM, you won't get those black lines. Okay, that's why though. It was because of the sorting. I never in a million years thought Real would have done that. That's why I didn't think about it. So let's just see what he did do. So it's still 100% above the 10-day range. So that's. So you added this. Is that what you added? A little gap of 15%. 15%, 15 cents. Is that what you added? So again, Real is talking about MGI moving down to the VWAP. Here's the VWAP, 811, right down to the VWAP. It hit the right, almost to the penny. Just a penny under. Maybe it'll bounce here. So even just a little 15-cent gap, and that made the difference. Interesting.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man.
So you just want to make sure it had a gap of some sort. So you're putting 15 cents. Okay, cool.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Well, since I loaded it, I'm just checking some of the results now. So there's actually Sam's MD as an example. That's a. Boy, what a move off earnings for BGFE. And yeah, as somebody was pointing out, look at the short float percent. So a couple things going here. So sometimes I talk about this. A stock can really, really move if three things happen. A low float, 19 is low. There is news, some kind of a catalyst that is causing, people to get excited about it, and a high short float percent. Because what that number is, and that's pretty high, I would consider anything over 15% pretty high. So what that means is, of the float, 19 million, 17% is short. So what does that really mean? In theory, if a stock is starting to move, people who are short down here, are starting to gag a bit, thinking, my goodness, what's happening? So what can start happening is that people are having to cover their short positions, covering their short positions by buying the stock, thereby fueling more buying. So I sort of categorize it like this, like people who aren't short, who are just buying it because it's moving, there's that buyer, and then plus the people who are short, who are covering now because they're afraid of what's happening, they're fueling more buying. Well, I'll check that out certainly on Monday, Real. Because that's obviously what we're looking for. Now, were a lot of them,
Oh man.
did you check to see if a lot of them were earnings plays? Because of course the earnings are going to start drying up.
Oh man.
All right, guys, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. All right, I'm back for the home stretch, guys. We only have a little over an hour to go. I do want to talk a little bit for those of you who are not or don't know about it. I'm sure you heard me talk about it today, but maybe you're just joining the room now. I just want to talk a little bit more about the test drive because this is your opportunity to try trade ideas out for 10 trading days. Yeah, it should be, Greg. I don't want to pass the buck on this, but I'm assuming that what happens is you're going to get an email when the market closes to show you, with your password, username, how to load the program and all that. Okay, so that is what's supposed to happen. I'll be gone, so you can't ask me. But here's the test drive, guys.
Oh man.
Okay, so for $8.99, you'll have up to 10 trading days. So listen carefully to what I said, up to 10 trading days. I say that because the test drive starts on Monday, and yes, you should have access to the program once the market closes today. Give it a couple of hours so you can play around for the balance of tonight or today, and then over the weekend, get set up for the test drive. I'm going to drop the 20 lessons link in. I really recommend you take a look at that. the things that happen behind it you can't see. All right. So now when I say up to, because if you can't start on Monday, let's just say you can't start on Monday, but you can start on Tuesday. You'll get 9 days. Okay. You can start if you start on Wednesday. You'll get 8 days. It is not 10 days from when you start. Just want to make sure everybody understands that. You know, we're not trying to pull a fast one or anything. That's just the way it is. All our support is set up for these 2 weeks, these 10 trading days. Okay? If you are a standard subscriber, you can also take part. You know, it costs the $8.99 and we'll upgrade you to our premium service. Okay? When the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription. It's another question we get a lot. We don't put you into a subscription. If you do want to take out a subscription later on, great. We'll give you a nice promo code. And, you know, if you do want to take out a subscription, but we don't automatically put you into a subscription. So what you're doing right now, if you sign up right now, you're pre-registering, but it's almost, you know, it's only another couple of hours for this market to close. And what I believe is supposed to happen is then you'll get an email once the market closes, or approximately, maybe even before or right after, and it'll give you your username, password, etc. So the 20 lessons, you know, get prepared for it. Get prepared for the test drive. So you don't have basic questions like, well, Barry, what is a top list window? You know, what is an alert window? What is the AI? So if you take a look at the 20 lessons, a lot of that, all the basic things are covered. Okay? So that's the test drive, guys. So take advantage of it. I don't know how many we're going to have this year. The last one was quite a while ago. We used to do 4 a year, but I don't think we're definitely not doing 4 a year anymore. So that's the test drive. The other thing you can do, if you like my layout or you like some of my scans, once you're able to download the program and have access to the program, if you click on my home, I'll put the link in here. Bye, Real. I know you say you're not going to show up. I know you'll show up. Briefly. So here it is. There's my home page. There's the link, okay? You click on the, and there's the link right there. So if you, well, okay, I'll go over a few things, but you know, if you want to take out a subscription right now, you can't wait, then right here, you're 15% off using this particular promo code off the first month only or the entire year. The other thing I would recommend is that you do not start off with an annual subscription. If you're not familiar with this program and you're a little unsure, start off month to month. Get accustomed to it. Another trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day video right here. So these are free. This, of course, you have to be a subscriber. But so if you're part of the test drive and you want my scan, that's because this is what I'm going to be showing on next 2 weeks. It's the same thing. Here it is, right here. And here are all the individual scans that I've created. So you can play around with them if you want. And again, more education right there. 20 lessons. The daily support, I know that we'll have the daily support for the next 2 weeks, of course. I don't know how long it's going to be, but certainly at least between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. No daily webinars the next 2 weeks. More educational videos here. Do some work over the weekend. Take a look at all these. Not have to look at them all, but watch them. Get used to get prepared. In other words, and then back to basics. I mean, if you're thinking about trade ideas, but you've never traded before, I mean, it's going to be difficult. Number one, but here's a video series, 36-part short videos. Basic introduction to trading. What is a stock? Intro to charts. You know, all so you can take a look at this also. So again, a lot of information on my homepage. Save the link. You can take a look at the link at any time. Okay, now let's see. Anything happening from Real Scan?
Oh man. Oh man.
RHE did it. I mean, what a morning it had, but look at this. I mean, so this was a high of 23. These are big drops, big percentage drops, and now it's trying to go again. I would wait. You know, if you wanted to take this, I mean, I'm not going to recommend. I don't recommend anything anyway, but you know, I would. There's a little bit of volume coming in. I'm all about volume. You'd like to see like maybe even a bigger volume bar. All right, Jay. Yeah, I mean, for $8.99, I don't think you can really lose. I mean, hey, if you don't like the the other thing, I've said this before. I have to manage people's expectations here because don't think you're going to become an expert of trade ideas or at trade ideas in 2 weeks.
Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man.
All right, guys, I'm just kind of checking. Ah, okay. Okay, I actually have a promo code for you guys. Okay, so you can get 20% off right now. Mother's Day, all right? So let me just pop that in. Let's see if...
Oh man.
let's-
Oh man.
Okay, just a minute, please. But that, so I just want to put the promo code in. So yeah, we do have a promo code, probably good till at least Sunday night, 11:59 p.m.
Oh man. Oh man.
Give me a moment.
Oh man.
Well, I would need a double check. I can't remember, so I'll go on this first wave thing.
All right. So there's my homepage. You click on it for a subscription and use the promo code HIMOM, HIMOM, all in caps for 20% off. Okay.
Celebrating a birthday today. Shop the real clueless. Which is very nice. Happy birthday, Amy.
I'm not sure when you get it, Dwayne. Okay. I'm not sure when you actually get the email that says, okay, You can access the program. Here's your username. Here's your password. I'm not sure exactly when you get it.
First time I saw it, I'm like, ooh, that's cool. Carrie Hen, aka Newt, turning 44 today on the 7th of May, and Dudley from Art of Noise also celebrating a birthday, and people are low those cocks. Day your birthday, happy birthday, first wife.
No, you should get it. No, you should get it sometime before the, like right after the market closes today. Check your email. Make sure check your spam. Check your, if you have a Gmail, check your promotional folder or something like that. Okay, because it can happen there also.
Man. Oh man.
Yeah, the AI. Yeah, everything is laid out. How you trade it will be up to you. But yeah, it's all, you have an entry. You have an entry price. You have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. Okay. And these are suggestions. Yes, I would always obey the stop. I would not necessarily have to get into a trade the second you see it. You know, and listen, some setups may not be for you. Copy our homepage. If you copy this, well, you go to the home page. Okay, and then if you click on the link, and then you'll see something about discussions. You click on the link, and something will happen right here: questions and answers, and say, "Hey, when do I get my? I haven't got my." Give it. You know what? I want to. Because I don't want our poor support people. We've got, a lot of people signing up for this test drive. I don't want everybody inundating them at once. So let me see if I can get a definitive answer on when the email will go out.
Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man.
As I say, I'll be long gone. So I hope it goes out smoothly. We go through this every time. There's always going to be some people who, for some reason, don't get the email, or it goes into their spam, or it, again, disappears somehow. So, but don't worry, we'll definitely get to you.
Oh man. Oh man.
All right, so I'm told that it starts the sequence and getting the ball rolling about right when the market closes, and it usually takes about 30 minutes or so to get it out. So listen, I would give it a couple of hours, okay, just to be on the safe side. Give it a couple of hours. So if you haven't got anything in a couple of hours, then start to pester to pester us, okay? Hopefully it'll be a lot sooner than that, but just give it a couple of hours. No, the short, and this is controversial. It's not just us, of course. The short float and the short float, the float and the short float percent are calculated twice a month. 15th and 30th, but depending, if it falls on a holiday, like for Saturday or Sunday, then it's not those dates. So it's twice a month, and that's nothing to do with us. That's just the way the industry has done it. Now, there's super movement of foot that's crazy. It should be updated every day. But that is right now. That's the way it is. All right, guys, I'm just going to take a very short little break here. Let me see, I'll be back no later than, say, 2:20, okay?
Oh man. Oh man.
Okay, I'll be back at, should be sooner, but no later than 2:20. All right, guys, I'm back. MGI, what? We have a big bottoming tail somewhere? No, just a general one. Okay.
Oh man.
I thought you were going to tell me there's a big bottoming tail somewhere.
Oh man. Oh man.
No, you're our bottoming tail expert. I've slotted you into that category. Sure. Let's see if I can find it. This was a beautiful one. Ah, okay. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So, and this is nothing that I noticed before, but Chris McKay at Trade Ideas and also Riley noticed, and we don't typically get too many bottoming tails in the pre-market or during normal market hours, okay? But notice this bottoming tail right there. So a lot of times you might look at that and go, oh, well, that's just a mistake. It was flashed down and flashed right up. But we're seeing a lot of times that the stock will actually tend to move towards that price, not necessarily right off the bat, but look what happened. So this is a short that, Riley pointed out this bottoming tail. This is a couple of days ago for VIRT. And so I actually took this short. It didn't quite get down to the bottom, okay, but very close. Okay, so that's an example. Today, though, typically we see them more in the pre-market. And let me just show you the one that I saw in the pre-market that got me very interested. So look at CXXI or CCXI, okay? Okay, now it doesn't really matter. I mean, the news was the news. It tanked, but look at that bottoming tail right there. That's that first 15-minute candle. That's from when our data starts, and it popped right back up. I saw that, and I thought, you know what? I got to short this because it could easily come down to that. Now it did. I got out before I covered my short before it actually got there, but it happens too many times to be just a total coincidence that when we see these big bottoming tails, and in the past I have just discounted them, thinking, it must be either an error or it was like one share got down here and it flashed right back up. Many, many times we see the stock moving down towards that bottoming tail later on. So that's kind of, I haven't seen it. I mean, in theory, it should. In theory, if you do see a big topping tail, I haven't seen it as much. And it may be because I just don't see as many topping tails like that. I see more bottoming tails like this. Don't see that many, don't get me wrong. It's not like you see lots of them. And rarely do you see them when the market opens. It's usually pre-market when you see them. And look, there's it's not a hard and fast rule, but I've been seeing them more and more and more, and I thought, you know what? I have to, and especially something that is, this is newsworthy. I mean, it had a lot of negative news. So I thought, okay, this could easily start to drift down there. And that's why I took the short in the pre-market. It is worth, it's probably worth paper trading and just to see. Pretty easy stop on this one. There was, on this one especially, a little bit of a base here. And I took the short, I think it was at 13. I mean, I waited. I mean, I didn't take this short until 13.50. Anyway, what else is happening here? All right, guys, so it's getting close to the end. I may wrap up a little bit early. This is going to be a long 2 weeks, next 2 weeks for me, but I may wrap up a little early. Always stick around if there are questions. If you have any questions, I mean, fire away. Boy, Bitcoin is a tough trader. I mean, you either just have to believe that Bitcoin's going, a lot higher and hang on. But I mean, this is just, look at Mara. I mean, just chopping around. Riot. I'm not saying, I'm not a Bitcoin player at all. I mean, in terms of the actual coin, I mean, I don't mind trying different stocks, but I've just found that these are just really, really tough.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
This one could be really interesting next week. This MNR. It's still not. It really hasn't taken out the highs of the last 2 days. Had a big day 2 days ago. Seems that it has earnings, unless our provider is not correct. Has earnings next week on the 12th. When's the 12th? 12th is Wednesday, pre-market. So, but look at it. I mean, it really is just poised to take off. It doesn't trade that much, but you can just see right there. I mean, this is an all-time high. So it might be one just to put a price alert. I don't know, 1960, 1970, put a price alert up in this area and see if it takes it out. Maybe next week. I doubt if it's going to do it today. It had earnings, yeah, so we have it. That's what it looks like it should have had earnings 3 days ago. May the 12th, we've got it at May the 12th. Oh man, I know we're looking at changing that provider.
Oh, man.
I do see something about on acquisition news. MNR moves 6% higher on acquisition news. So are they being bought? Or are they doing the buying? Okay, so, I see. So it is actually being bought by EQC. So probably forget it. They're being bought by EQC. Look at the reaction. Now this is also, well, we have May the 4th, so that was a reaction. Plus more reaction. Shareholders, probably it's a dilution. That's right. Now I do remember this. That's right. This is an all stock transaction.
Oh, man.
So it's completely tied to the EQC price.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Boy, what a great short this would have been. 28 down to 26, kind of all the way down on the 15s, the go-to, G-O-T-U. It was showing up on my gap up and reverse, but not able to pay as much attention to it as I wanted to. Yeah, another little earnings play. Boy, this is getting hammered down 20%. Drive Shack, DS, earnings play.
Oh, man.
WTRH. I typically, don't short something that's that cheap. Okay, let's take a look at the monthly chart. Well, I mean, there's a low here of 193. It would have to get through that, probably. Then the next low looking left is 121. So, if it were me, if somebody said, you've got to short this one, I would definitely wait for a 193 break. Because if it does do that, then at least you're looking at the monthly chart. The next low is way down here at 128. No, so the last one, this is the one you want to my trades, okay? Because he made a, oh, I see. Yeah, we changed the view mode. So this is the one you want. Now you can do it yourself. Just right click, properties, and you see where it says view mode? He had it on the group and sort by. Just change it to newest. And then that's why he had two today. So he didn't realize he had it on this group and sort by. So just change it to newest. Okay, good. And then it's the same. Still gives a lot of alerts. I'd like to almost tighten it up even more. The reason being is, I mean, you've got a lot of alerts coming in, and this is when I loaded at 145. Who knows how many more were before. Of course, if you click on them and they all look like this, that's good. We might want to add a relative volume. Give it a higher relative volume. That's only 0.92. Just to get rid, I mean, because you can get overwhelmed by the number of alerts. Let's take a look at some of them. I'm just looking at the relative volume. I mean, you might want to put a relative volume of at least 2 or something. You see, it gets rid of this sort of stuff. Eyes red. Eyes never holds its gap. Never, 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 never. Though it had a huge pop. I didn't realize it had this huge pop here. A lot of action in the pre-market. Market opens, just, man, oh man. And then massive pop on volume. All right, guys. So I may wrap this up a little bit early. Are there any other questions? Again, I have no problem sticking around if there's some questions. I don't have to go. DVAX. Okay, so DVAX was an earnings play. Struggled to get through 10. Got through 10 like a little bit. That 8 EMA on the 15 is starting to curl down. But on the 2 it's curling up. So kind of indecision right now. Oh, I see. Do I have a red line? Yeah, so the red line, I would have to, you have an alert. You have an alert, okay, and you clicked on it. I need an alert. I don't have a DVAX alert. What happens is that red, you're talking about a red line. Typically, let me see if I can do one, find one. Typically what that means is it's looking at the next high looking left. Typically. I just can't find one. It's not, but it requires that I click on alert and it's at the high of the day, and then it's going to look left and draw that red line, and it's just going to show you where the next high is on the daily chart. Yeah, Chris, that's the word. Give it a couple of hours, okay? But, you may get it sooner in terms of the email. But give it a couple of hours after the market closes today, just to be on the safe side. And check your spam folder, and check if you have Gmail. Check your promotions folder. Yeah, rewind. It'll be usually the first couple of days are the intense days. A lot of the questions are, again, hopefully people have taken my advice and are taking a look at the 20 lessons, because a lot of times, is really like, what is a top list? What is an alert window? How do I create one? And all this. At least if you take a look at the 20 lessons, some of those basic questions are answered right there. So that's what I got to hope. And to be honest, if people ask me that question, I may demonstrate a little bit, but I'll direct people to that. It's very simple. Boy, this go-to is just getting slammed here. Down, down, down. It's only down. So it actually went negative. This was, this is a big positive up here. $28. Now it's down to $25.89. Yeah, I'm not a big user of the AI. I'll be honest. I like the ones that are under $20. If I don't see that, then I typically don't pay that much attention. But on the other hand, I can't pay that much attention. If I had the AI, if I were a subscriber and had the AI, and I was only looking at that, I would pay way more attention to it. But Cameco was an earnings play. CCJ. I don't know if this is a go-to. So they changed from GSX to go-to. Okay. May the 12th. Yeah, that's what we said. May the 12th. Yeah, it's far enough away though. I think it's just a matter of, they change symbols trying to fool people. Used to be GSX. Yeah, I mean this is the GSX that has been what you don't see, and maybe that's why they did it. Our charts don't reflect the fact that this one, what is GSX, it got hammered by the short sellers, and by the newsletters that it has hammered this. So that's what you don't see. It looks like, oh well, it's dropped a little bit from yesterday. Look at that. Yeah, well, look at the volume that came in. That hit at 4:30, 4:30, 2:30, that news. It even hit here. I find that the IB headline news is pretty darn good. I think it's pretty good. Come here. You too, Sam. Well, I mean, shorting into this pop here. So there was the high today was 133, and it got up to 132. That's a lot of volume that came in. That's a lot of volume. 13 million on this candle and 54. So that's about a quarter of the day's volume right here. A little less. Well, it's about a quarter of the day's volume right here on that news. I didn't even mention AMC today. I mean, AMC had earnings, but you had a pop. There was a pre-market action. Market open. It did pop up. Just fine. What we're really looking for, and this is, I think what RealScan is looking for, is some kind of continuation, not just the chopping around. And look at these top. I mean, look at the topping tails and bottoming tails on the 5-minute chart for AMC. I mean, it's very high, like not a lot of indecision. I mean, look at the choppiness of some of these things. I just flee when I see this. I just say nope, sorry. All right, guys, I think I'll wrap it up. I think I'll get a lot of rest this weekend. And let me just get the script up here.
While they're sitting there all together, cast of Mystery Science Theater 3000, watching old episodes of Mystery Science Theater 3000. It gets very,
Before I go, though, I do want to just remind people that there is a promo code for Mother's Day. Give me a moment. I'm just getting these links in. And again, save my link, save my homepage link. All the information is there. Not just about subscriptions, but my layouts and all the education. So you save my link, and then you can take a look at all that stuff at your leisure. Well, it depends what you mean by a safe float. I mean, if it's stock, it depends what you're looking for. If you're looking for something that is not going to move very much, like Facebook, typically, 0.18%. I don't know what you mean by a safe float. All we try to point out is that if it's very, very low, you can't, and you get into something and it's moving well for you, you can't walk away. That's all. You typically don't see low float stocks from my scanners that aren't moving. In other words, you're not going to see a low float stock popping up on one of my scanners if it's not moving. But whether that's safe or not, I don't know, 50 million maybe. If you're not into the ones that are very, very active, very volatile, maybe 50 million. Doesn't mean that, I don't know what the average float, I have no idea. I don't put a float filter on. It's just that most of the things, because they're moving so, I'm into the ones that are going to give me the best percentage moves, okay? But so I don't put a float filter on there. But here's Fluidigm as an example, 73 million, but it's moving.
Oh, man.
But then, here's FSTX, 6.5 million. So I'm more about the percentage move. That's why it's more to the point that my price range is 1 to 20. Regardless. But again, usually, unless a stock like Facebook or something has some incredible news or earnings, the day it had earnings, it actually had a pretty big move. Right there, obviously, okay? But for Facebook to, move 4 or 5%, which is what, these ones are doing, and more, way more, something miraculous has to happen. It's my analogy, again, is an ocean liner. To move Facebook up a lot, well, it's like an ocean liner. An ocean liner, to turn it takes forever to turn it around. So there's your Facebook. As opposed to, again, I'm not saying this one today, but FTX is like a little motorboat that can turn on a dime. So that low float means they can be super active, but they turn on a dime, both up and down. All right, guys, I think that's it. I think I'm going to wrap it up. So hopefully everybody gets an email to sign up for the test drive, showing you how to do it, and with your username and password. Take a look at the 20 lessons. Get all primed up for it, and we'll see you Monday morning at 9 o'clock. So again, have a great weekend, everybody. And again, we'll see you Monday morning at 9 o'clock. Bye-bye.